Good morning and welcome to Sydney Motorsport Park. We are here for day 2 of the trophy tour, and I have already seen only a few drivers doing a happy dance because they're wanting the rain to come, and it has just answered their prayers because it is currently racing. First up, a couple of those drivers. First up, we have the qualifying for Superkarts. Gary, we'll head to you in commentary.
Thanks, Emily. Welcome back to Sydney Motorsport Park. This is the first round of the Trophy Tour, Motorsport Australia's Trophy Tour, and it's day 2. We had a brilliant day of racing on Saturday. We start today with qualifying for the New South Wales Superkarts. And as Emily has described, it's not ideal conditions for the little pocket rockets that we see out on track at the moment. A field that takes in about 14 of these cars, and if you're viewing on the live stream you'll see that we've got positions on the track, but this is qualifying, so it's going to take a couple of laps for them to get up to speed and try and generate some warmth in the tyres. It is quite humid, and it's certainly not cold, around about 23 degrees at the moment and quite humid, but rain has been falling throughout the night and on and off this morning. It was dry when we actually got the track, but as Emily described, rain has come again. So we start with qualifying for Superkarts, and then we move into the second race for the New South Wales HQ Holdens. Yesterday's race turned out to be a thriller right down the line. The difference between first and second, 0.0009 seconds. Doesn't get much closer than that. That'll be followed by race 2 of the TGRA 86 Scholarship Series, and after yesterday's race, which was won by Charlie Parker ahead of then after that will be the first race for Superkarts, 1 of 4 this weekend. Aussie racing cars will be out for their third race, reverse grid this time round. There's a little bit of angst towards the end of yesterday's race, and the result was a bit questionable between Joel Heinrich and Cody Garland. Sports Sedans out for race 2 after Steve Tomasi dominated the opening race. And then before the lunch break, we had the second of the Superkart races, all over 15 minutes for those little karts. Aussie racing cars start the afternoon's proceeding, followed by Superkarts, HQ Holdens, the Scholarship Series finale for the weekend. Sports Sedans will follow them on track, and Superkarts will round out the program with their 4th race. So as we're watching the Superkarts out on track at the moment, no fast times as yet. They've just been out on the sight lap, get a bit of, as I said, a bit of warmth in the tyres. The ones to look out for, obviously, are the gearbox 125s, the likes of the number 8 in Laurie Fuchs, also 36 Robert Trimmer, 51 in Konstantinos Staminis. As the 3 in that class, we have stock Honda, Rotex Heavy and Rotex Light racing here. So I don't know if there's going to be much advantage given the conditions we're now circulating under, with whether the 125 gearbox kart will have that big an advantage given the type of conditions we're under at the moment. So at the moment, the only quick time has come from Fuchs. He's done a 1:58.8554. 156, sorry. Dos Santos second fastest. Moit in third. Battle in fourth. Robertson fifth. Newington in sixth. But as I said, they're just virtually finding their wet feet at the moment. Usually tell the difference between the classes of karts by the colour of the number and the background on that plate. And we are looking at the 125 gearbox karts, which have the yellow numbers on the red background. As I said, there's Looks like there's just 3 of those here this weekend. And then we have the red number on a white background. That's the Rotex Heavy class. As you can see, they're still trying to find their way around at the moment. Very wet conditions. This is just a 15-minute session, as is all their sessions across the day. Fuchs leads the way, Santos in second, Moit in third, Battle in fourth. So effectively, Fuchs, Moit and Santos are the 125 gearbox karts. Well, Santos is in the stock Honda, so my apologies for that. And we've already got one, looks like there's in a little bit of trouble coming down the straight. Hand in the air. Often a problem with the karts is they'll throw a chain and it can bring you down at the worst possible time. Well, fortunately in qualifying it might not be so bad. Not sure he's even going to make the pits. We can't see behind the Hyundai sign. Another one heading, or tried to get out of the way of a faster car coming down. So Laurie Fuchs continues to lead the way. Ahead of Stuart Robertson in number 91. And Tony Moit in third spot in the number 19. Fourth spot is Jock Dos Santos in the number 7. And fifth spot at this stage is in number 26. Of Paul Battle. So there's a couple of stock Hondas in the mix there, and we can see freewheeling down the straight is this particular car trying to make it back to the pits. And it's just in the lane. And obviously not getting much help getting back to the pits, unfortunately. As you can see, quite wet conditions here at the moment. He'll attempt to continue to push that kart down to the pit lane. Hopefully we'll have someone on hand to get ready for the opening race, which is only 2 races away. So effectively about an hour before they hit the track. First race is scheduled for 10:30. Second race for 12:05. They're back on track again at 1:30 and complete the program. A fairly early finish at 3:40 takes them through to just before 4 o'clock. So we have karts with different class configurations, and the weather will make them the great equaliser. So we've got 2 into the pits. Santos is in the pits and Battle was in the pits as well. Newington in as well. So just to 13 karts. And you can imagine it'd be a fairly wild ride in one of these under these sorts of conditions. We've got 4.5 minutes of this chassis remaining. And still Fox leads away from Robinson and Vickers, who's moved up ahead of Moit. Mark Vickers in the Rotex Light kart. Imagine that the heavier kart might be a better prospect in these conditions. And We see a bit of side drafting going on and having a look over to each other. Nothing between them as they get in. That's 91 and the 19. 91 being Stuart Robinson and 19 Tony Moit. And actually Moit couldn't quite get that move done in these conditions. So we're looking at Robinson as a Rotex heavy, and Moit is also coming out of Rotex heavy this weekend. Moit has actually been in a 125, in a 250 supercart as well. And I imagine if you had one of those here today, it would be a real handful. Fast, but something of a handful. Though a 250 could be well capable in dry conditions of a sub 130. Very quick and very low to the ground. So Laurie Fuchs is pitted, satisfied that I would assume that at a 156.8 that he has 3.2 seconds, 4.2 seconds over his nearest rival in Robertson. Vickers third, Moit fourth, Santos and Battle also in the pits, fifth and sixth. Then it's Trimmer, Dodge, Tinsley, Newington, another in the pits, Tinsley, Fife and Stamiri rounds out our field in the number 51. It's a gearbox kart, so he's only done the 2 laps. And we're not to say that they haven't had some dramas in these conditions. Newington is shown, that's Robinson's moved up to second spot, ahead of Vickers. Moit back to fourth now. We're down to just a little over a minute of this session remaining. And it's Laurie Fuchs that leads away from Stuart Robinson. Mark Vickers in third, Tony Moit in fourth, Josh Santos fifth, Paul Battle in sixth. Robert Trimmer, the next one through. Alan Dodge, Brian Tinsley, in the top 9, Newington, and Greg Tinsley is the next one through. So it's 2 Tinsleys in the field. Stamiri in 12th and 5th. Now the tail end of this field. Next category out on track and due to start their second race at 9:25 will be the HQ Holdens. And these conditions will certainly make life interesting out there. Brett Osborne won the first race at as I said, very narrow margin over Luke Harrison. Session now has come to a close. There hasn't been any other changes in the order. So next out on track will be race 2 for the New South Wales HQ Holdens for their second round. All right, now we get into the serious start of the second day of the Motorsport Australia Trophy Tour here at Sydney Motorsport Park. HQ Holden's out on the track at the or out ready to be on track, and I've got Wayne Healy in with me this morning to talk about yesterday's race and what we're expecting today. Now that the conditions are so different. Good morning, Wayne.
Morning. Yes, woke up and a lot of rain out there, and it's starting to. It has stopped at the moment, but 50-50 out there with the wets and people going out with wet tyres, and some aren't. So some are taking the gamble, and they're hoping that it's still very wet out on the track. I believe that there's a few cars that had a couple of issues yesterday as well.
Okay, well, just before we get into this race, we're going to cross to Emily Duggan, who's in the pits.
To that, Gary. As you can see on the dummy grid, we have the HQ Holdens. They're soon to roll out for race 2. Now, this is a one make category. So all the cars are identical except for their livery. They still run the old engine, which is a 3.3 litre 6-cylinder engine, and they still have the same differential and the same 3-speed gearbox in them as well. So we're just waiting now for them to start rolling out. There's about 17 cars onto the grid, and it's going to be still a wet race for them. So hopefully they're all in for a thrill. Thanks, Gary.
Thank you, Emily. And we might just differentiate between a wet tyre and a dry tyre when you've got a control tyre like this, Wayne. The wet tyre's just got more tread.
Correct, mate. The Kenda race tyre, you get buff them down to, when you want to race on the dry, you'll buff them down to 2 to 3 mil, depending on your preference. And a rain tyre is pretty much 8 to 10 mil. You can have even down to 6 mil. As much tread on it as you want.
So what would you be doing if you were running this weekend?
Right now, the way the track is, I would probably go out with, I'm a bit daring. I'd go out with dries. I think that there's not enough rain out there at the moment, and I think it'll dry up with the amount of time of racing. So I think the people that are going out on wets might get hurt, as we can hear. I believe that'll be the 1 minute board going up. To me, I would go out on dries and let's run the risk. Now, if it does rain, well, that gamble definitely wouldn't pay off.
Right. If you haven't been around yesterday, we should talk about what a thriller that last race 1 for round 2 of the championship turned out, with Brett Hobson and Luke Harrison coming down the straight, side drafting each other, and that narrow gap between them, 9-10 thousandths of a second at the checkered flag.
Absolutely, it was great to see on Blendline TV live. If you're not watching it, there's something wrong. It was great racing, and just that side draft is, with these cars, you wouldn't realise that there is such a good draft, whether you're nose to tail or side, and that's what makes HQ racing so exciting.
Yeah, Jared Harbour, who finished in 3rd now, he was fastest qualifier at the opening round, not this round, and we thought he might take it up to him, but they sort of dropped him off a little bit during the race, and he was a fairly lonely run to the checkered flag in 3rd spot. Glenn Deering and Dave Proglio made up the top 5. We talked a bit about Johnny Baxter. What happened with him?
Yeah, when you looked at watched the race yesterday, it looks like he would try to dive the inside. The door was shut. He went 4 wheels on the inside, which is pretty much
at turn 6.
Turn 6 you can't do. Error in judgment, I'd say.
And then just as he was sideways, he got a little tap from behind where
which is unfortunate for Dave Allen. Which it's
well, he had nowhere to go.
Exactly.
And so from that point, with Johnny Baxter spun out at turn 6, couldn't get the car started again for a moment or 2, got going again, and fought his way back up into 6th position.
And that's not bad. That's quite a drive. He drove through the field, and the field wasn't going to give him much of a reprieve either. They made him work for it, so he'd done really well. Actually, it was probably a really high quality drive from Johnny Baxter to get it all the way back up into 6th. I actually enjoyed when his brother tried to shut the door on him too down there, and that bit of brotherly love, and Johnny called him a cheeky little so-and-so, but that's what I love about HQ Racing. It's a good family-friendly, fun sport racing.
Well, Mark Baxter we're talking about, he probably got past more times than anyone else, but got most of the spots back because they all fell off in front of him after they got by.
Turn one, if you were right near Mark Baxter at turn one, it was like he cursed. He kept coming off. And turn one and turn two were locking up, and he just kept the boot into it, and he drove well. He's driving well this weekend, Mark Baxter. He hasn't been racing a lot, but when he does, good quality racing.
We should quickly touch on those who had DNFs out of the first race.
Yeah, young Jake Deering unfortunately had a flywheel issue, so he parked it up. He wasn't too sure. He knew that what the problem was of the vibration, so he done well to recognise what was the problem, pulled it in. Ashton Parker's not going great at the moment, but we also understand that that's a change of engine from practice, so his rocket is not there. It looks like he's detonated number 6 in his motor, so it'll go back to the engine builder, and hopefully they can salvage that and rebuild it back up to...
So he's not starting, is that what you're saying?
No, he's starting, but he's got his spare engine in, so...
But he did pass Darren at one stage.
Well, Darren's got... The funny thing is that both Parkers got their both spare engines in, and not having much luck. David Proglio, he's changed, wasn't happy with his exhaust. He's changed that to see if that improves. He said don't mention that until if he picks up ground, but you know, we'll just throw him under the bus there.
Well, I'm predicting this one we'll see Johnny Baxter move further forward, and if he gets a good start and a good run in the first lap, he might be a bit of a threat to the front runners.
I think he'd definitely be a threat to the front runners. Johnny Baxter, knowing that he'd be on a mission to catch up. Young Luke Harrison, though, is keeping Brett Osborne honest. Jared Harbour's had a great last meeting, although he had a DNF in that one of the races down at Wakefield. Glenn Deering's picked up his game, he's up there, but this is going to be a great race. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, and not far off a start, of course. Wet conditions, they wouldn't be ready for these sorts of conditions given what we had yesterday when it was so warm and humid. We've got the humidity still, we just don't quite have quite as warm, but and no sun at the moment. So all the cars are lined up. We should have a green metric minute board come out. Green flag's out now, so the board goes up. It's called the metric minute because it doesn't last anywhere near a minute. And red light's on, and away they are. And it looks like Harrison again's got a great start and could possibly lead this, and although Hobson's coming back at him, Harbour's into third spot. And through turn one, they're side by side. Harrison gets the outside run, takes over the lead. Harbour looking to get past Hobson as well. Don't think he's quite
a lot of wheel
enough.
spin, and you can see there's a lot of water spraying up, so you can show, it does show you how wet this track is, even though it's not raining right now.
Some are using wipers, some probably got Rain-X or some similar product, hoping that'll keep the windscreen fairly clean.
Well, there goes Gordon McClay goes round. Hopefully he stops that and no one runs into him. He actually had a great start.
That's very
gets
different
going.
Sort of paintwork on that one.
That's a wrap, yeah.
Yep.
Definitely a good wrap.
So Harbour's into...
second spot.
We didn't see where he got past Osborne, but...
Yeah. He's moved up, and Luke Harrison's put a gap on him already. He's bolted. Jared Harbour, the 202. Very, very well presented HQ from Equity Views.
Given that probably 2 years ago he was a tail ender, he's certainly improved his performances over the last couple of years.
In leaps and bounds. And the Equity View 202 HQ and Jared Harbour are doing fantastic.
Just watching
that's
Jason Johnston ahead of Darren Parker, and I think it's Dave Allen in the third, behind them in the third of those three cars.
That's Ashton Parker in the car 40.
Sorry.
It's all right. They're two identical cars.
40 and 26.
And the only reason why I know is Dave's got the twin headlight. Darren's got the twin headlight and Ashton's got the single headlight, and Ashton's hanging onto the back but doing a bit of drifting. Dave Allen's to the inside.
He had some speed yesterday, Dave Allen, until he had a bit of a moment.
Again, one of the drivers, a great driver and great strong car, but obviously doesn't race a lot. But it's great to see him back on the track.
Well, he's got past Ashton Parker in that run out of turn 8 to turn 9, and that will move him up into...
You can tell there's a lot of you can tell there's a lot of people very timid about the wet. How it's already in one lap. Look how the difference in distances between each car. But what I love about HQ Racing, if you look, there's a battle at the front. There's a battle in 3rd and 4th, 5th, and there's 6th, 7th, and 8th, and then there's another 3 behind them. Lights on. That's what I love about HQ Racing. The wipers are on, so there might be some rain definitely out there, or the spray.
So at the moment it's Harrison leading from Harbour with Osborne for Broglio in 4th. Deering was in 5th but got passed by Baxter into turn 1, so Johnny Baxter's moved up a spot already. Then it's Alan Johnston. So Dave Allen actually not only got past Dashan Parker, he got Jason Johnston as well. So that's moved him up into 7th position.
Yeah, Johnny Baxter's making his move already. Johnny's pretty strong in the wet. Although he doesn't feel as comfortable in the wet as he does in the dry, that's for sure, but he's still got a good, strong car and he can drive. Glenn Deering's been a great campaigner for HQ Racing for a lot of years, and it's going to take a lot to hold him out. Dave Allen, very strong driver again, like I said. Hasn't raced much, but when he does, he definitely commands a bit of respect.
And we're just watching
Dave
Broglio go through, and he has John Baxter behind him looking to try and make further ground.
Yeah, Dave Broglio, that's his spare car that he's been rebuilding and developing, while he's still building his other car that unfortunately had damage from Bathurst last year.
Yeah, you're still debating whether he should go ahead with that one or not.
Well, he's doing quite well in this car, so not sure what the situation is, but as you can see, the field is very spread out because of the wet, but also there's battles everywhere.
So a lot of these cars got a lot of history dating back to years gone by. Like, have they been passed down from guys that are now retired or anything like that? Yeah,
pretty much. That's you look for cars that not many cars are being built to race. It's mostly purchased with logbooks and race. But there is a couple of guys that have got cars there that are they're in the new build stage, and it's like we got 17 cars here. There's racing up in Queensland this weekend. There's also racing in South Australia. So HQs all around Australia. There's over 100 HQs racing all around Australia. So we very strong one make category.
And you've got the Nationals coming back here in September.
Absolutely. Looking forward to that in August, at the end of August in Eastern Creek, the national titles. Keep your eye out on that. There'll be more information coming out.
Harbour's got a little bit closer to Harrison on this lap. But speaking of the Nationals, Luke Harrison in the last 3 Nationals has been the bridesmaid. He's finished 2nd.
Yes, and again, the Harrisons come into this category a few years ago. I met them in 2016. They come in, they had a few cars. Wayne, there's also Luke and his other brother racing, and they've also got Group N cars. They love racing. They were from a motorsport background boating, race boats and water skis. Actually, Luke was and his brother were world champion water skis before they come across.
They should be relishing these sorts of conditions.
Oh, absolutely. But you can see, look, there's still a lot of spray. So it's still wet conditions, but these two great friends. They grew up together. They're racing together, and that's what makes HQ racing a lot of fun, because people bring their friends to watch HQ racing, and all of a sudden they fall in love with it and say, I can do this, and bang, a little bit of drifting by both of them.
And this is I noticed too on the Harrison car, it's got those SS stripes down either side of the bonnet there. Quite common with the Holdens at that stage with their SS model.
Yeah, this is very uncommon for Brett Osborne to be dropping back a little bit. David Proglio starting to pick up on the back of him, but Luke still holding that half a second lead to a second lead on Jared. Jared's doing a bit of drifting there.
He's lost a little bit of time just on that second half of that lap as well, so Harrison has pulled that advantage out a bit. It was 1.2 seconds coming out of turn 8, probably about the same at the moment. And as you said, Osborne's now been closed in by Proglio by the look of it. And we've got Baxter and Deering the next 2 through. And
Darren Parker's gone out wide. He's going a bit of rally. He's coming down the grass. Eventually he'll come back on. There we go.
Oh, it cost him a bit of time as well.
It cost him a lot of time. and he just gives the tyres a bit of a clean. Dave Allen doing very well, holding on. He's got the wipers going. So is Darren Parker. And
That's Ashton Parker.
that is Ashton Parker, sorry. Me and you get... They've got to change their colour scheme, surely. But again, Ashton Parker's been coming on leaps and bounds.
He's the son, I gather.
Yeah, definitely. Young Ashton won the B division last year, absolutely annihilated him. He's taken out a pole position in one of the events. He's come along leaps and bounds, but again, unfortunately...
We talked about Mark Baxter before in the number 80, about he was under challenge throughout the race, and more times than often by the same cars, because they'd get past him and then they'd throw him off the track and get him back again.
But that's what, if you're consistent and you're doing the right thing, you just let them make the mistakes, and he's gone and taken a different line again. That's what I love, again, that you watch drivers taking different lines in the wet. That's Adam Leach there, of the old Neil Corey South Australian car that he's now purchased.
That's what they like to hear, the cars with history, cars that have been around a long time.
That car has been around a very long time, and if you know Neil Corey from South Australia, has been a very accomplished HQ driver, won a lot of events in South Australia, and I believe he was up there in the Nationals.
I think he won a Nationals.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he has.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he has. So Neil Corey's taken time off and not racing, and Adam Leach take things.
There's a great battle looming for third spot with Osborne, Proglio and John Baxter behind this pair.
Yep. And right there, Dave Allen's trying to hold on to him as well. So Glenn Deering's trying to hold on to him.
Using the go-kart line, you notice that? All going wide into those cambered corners for where there's less water. And here's this battle we're seeing coming down the straight now. It's Brett Osborne, Dave Proglio and John Baxter, and as you mentioned before, Glenn Deering's sort of just locked, not quite on the back of them.
I think Dave went out a bit wide there to cool his tyres down. Looks like, I'd say he's gone out on wets, and he needs to cool his tyres down, so they're looking for that little bit of wetness to... Because when you go out in wets, your tyre pressure is a bit higher, because your temp's not getting there, and now he's probably over-temped his tyres, and he's trying to cool them down. But again, Brett Osborne just holding on, doing everything he can. They're skating around. Johnny Baxter's now climbed on the back of him, doing a bit of drifting there.
Yeah, it might have cost him a little bit of time. Interesting to see that the fastest lap of the race belongs to Harbour at this stage.
Yes, and the times aren't like 2:18, so it's very wet.
And that gap's come down. It's less than half a second now between first and second.
Absolutely. And Jared Harbour will be doing everything to beat his best mate, Luke Harrison, in this race, I guarantee you.
Fastest lap fastest lap in qualifying at the first round at One Raceway, and unfortunately had a gear shift break, I think, from memory.
He did. A linkage, unfortunately, a linkage came off, and that ended his campaign for that weekend. Not for that weekend, but you can see a lot of rain coming down.
And this is certainly tightened up between the first of these three cars. Baxter's actually closed a little bit as well, and there's a gap between first and second just disappearing out of screen, and Osborne very wide out of turn 7.
Yeah, he's just he's probably gone very defensive at the moment. I suppose that's all you can do when you're struggling to keep the car on. He's gone wide there. Dave Proctor's gone very wide. They're all going pretty wide there, only because of obviously the wet conditions. But Luke's now starting to open up a gap again. Jared's just dropped off. Maybe he's made a mistake and we didn't see that. But Luke's slightly got that half a second, a bit of drift. It is very wet out there. So now that gamble of going out with wets has probably paid off. And me saying go out and dries definitely wouldn't have.
I'd say you'd be back towards the back of the field somewhere, maybe not. And here's Dave Proglio really on the back of Brett Osborne down the straight on this occasion. Pulls out again, so he's looking for a little bit of moisture, I would imagine.
Absolutely.
Well, I wonder if these three are all on a dry setup.
I'm not sure, mate, but yeah. Well, just this is very strange for Brett to be this far back. I haven't seen Brett this far back in a long time.
Mind you, even though he's a fair way back, getting past him is going to be a problem as well.
Definitely. But credit to Luke Harrison and Jared Harbour is out in front. They're doing a great job. Johnny Baxter's, look at this, they're sliding everywhere. It's a bit of they're trying to find a line that just suits. Glenn Deering's hanging in the back there. Johnny Baxter, Dave Proglio's doing a great job holding Baxter off, because he's also got to try and get around Brett. He's also got to defend Johnny Baxter, so he's doing a great job. Glenn Deering's doing his best he can to catch up to these three and put a bit of pressure on.
Yeah,
but it's all about the guys.
Carrot, isn't it? He can see him, but he just can't reach out and grab him, unfortunately, at this stage. And Proglio has just made a little bit of an error going into turn 5.
Which is not hard to do in the wet.
Yeah, it looked like he had a bit of understeer going into the corner.
But he's recovered quite well. He's back on the back of Brett Osborne and coming up round to come under the bridge. As you can see, the times are very, like 2:19 compared to 2:18, compared to a dry track where they do a 1:58, 1:59, 2-minute flat average. So definitely 20 seconds, a lot of water on the track, and they're doing the best they can to hang in there.
It's very tight between these three.
Brett has gone extremely wide there.
And it's cost him a spot.
Definitely could have cost him a spot. Dave Proglio up on the inside. He's got the inside running for the next corner. But will he be able to hold it? That is the question. It looks like he has. Brett's released him and let him go, sorry.
Well, after saying he'd be hard to pass, wasn't that hard in the end?
Yeah, definitely. Brett's definitely struggling with his car in the wet. So, again, it's...
And I think Johnny Baxter would be happy to put one over the teammate as well, wouldn't he? If he can?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, definitely. But it's good to see that Brett's human. But here he is. So
and Brett Osborne comes back at Proglio down the straight. He's getting that slide draft, which won him the race yesterday, and he will get that position 3 back again as they go into turn 1. Or has he?
Dave's done a great job holding the outside, but then Brett's still got the inside. Can he come across? He has. He saved it. Well done, David Proglio. Great move. Johnny Baxter's right there waiting for the mistake, and Glenn Deering is right on their hammer as well. This is good racing in the wet, but the two boys out the front, Luke Harrison and Jared Harbour, they're just running away with this race.
They're 10 seconds up the road.
10 seconds up the road, and that's
big.
That is big.
Considering the form that Brett Osborne brings into this race, he is a state champion, he's a 3-time national champion as well, and numerous state championships actually.
I don't think he lost, I think he lost only one heat race last year in the whole of 2024. So
and Dave's now stepped out and let out, he's gone. So now Brett obviously concentrating, keeping Johnny's
going to go to the inside here. He is. He's made a move to the inside and he's got him.
Well, that was easy.
Yes, definitely.
So we weren't expecting to see Brett Osborne. Maybe he's got a drama or something now as well.
He might have. Definitely. He's just definitely struggling with the car in the wet.
He could be thinking of how he's going to handle his Aussie racing car.
Well,
he's on the front row, I think.
He's doing a double stint in the Aussie cars. And the little Aussie cars look fantastic as well as do they as the HQ, the Osborne Transport HQs. But now you've got Glenn Deering all over the back, so he's virtually had to defend every part of this race right from the get-go, Brett Osborne. And unfortunately, he's now dropped back to 5th, and by the end of the race, he could be dropped back to 6th. But as you can see, Luke Harrison doing a bit of drifting down the straight. Jared Harbour right on his hammer, but the front line, the straight line speed Luke has.
And we can see on the screen, so those who are watching on the live screen get a better idea of it. The cameras here make it look lighter than what it really is. So that's fairly dark looking out there at the moment.
Definitely, and there's a lot of water. As you can see, a lot of spray coming up. The guys are doing a great job keeping it on the black stuff, as wet as it is. And Jared will be really happy there that he's bounced back and he's in the 2nd spot right now. He's chasing his best mate. These two love coming to racing. They love everything about HQ Motorsport, and they're a credit to our club, the Harrisons and the Harbours.
Actually, Proglio was the fastest on that lap of all the front runners. And now Brett Osborne under threat from Glenn Deering.
Osborne, just like I said, he's really struggling to get his car to turn in.
I think he's on the dry setup.
It might be Adam Leach and Mark Baxter at it again. these two guys haven't been racing a lot in the last couple of seasons, but when they do, they're good competitors. They know how to race. They know what their capabilities are, and they've got good, strong cars.
Well, they've been stuck together throughout this race.
They have.
Nose to tail almost from the get-go.
And Adam doesn't mind the wet. He quite likes the wet. He knows how to steer a car. Mark Baxter again. He's been very strong yesterday. I loved how he blocked his brother yesterday as he was coming through the thing and said, no, mate, you want the position, you got to earn it.
And the good thing so far, and I don't want to put a commentator's curse on it, but no one's fallen off the road yet.
Only Gordon McClay at the start, so...
Yeah, and he got going again pretty quickly.
Yeah, definitely.
So currently he's running in 13th position, so he's picked up a couple of spots.
We only got a couple of minutes left remaining in this race, so I'm not sure if the front runners will... I think they've definitely passed one lap car. So Brett Simpson have got past, so the boys have got to deal with
also the Triple Eight didn't make the start.
No, unfortunately he's Daniel Gowdry. He's packed it up for the weekend.
I think he pitted yesterday during that first race, and obviously whatever the problem was not enough to bring him back today.
Definitely. Not only that, he also had a cruise commitment, so he parked it up and said, that's it.
Picked a great day for a cruise.
I'm going on a cruise. See you later. It's too wet for me. Mark Baxter doing a great job holding off Adam Leach. Great presented car, Adam Leach's car from South Australia that he's purchased over here, and he's jumped in it for the first time. He's enjoying it. He loves his racing. He's a character. To have a chance to catch up with Leachy. He's definitely one of the characters of HQ Racing. Mark Baxter taking a completely different wide line, which most people do in the wet. They try and find the driest line, because as you know, most of the water will fall to the inside.
Well, a couple of times they're going to the wide line on the off-camber corners, which is a bit surprising.
Yes.
Turn 7, for instance. So it's still Luke Harrison leading the way. It's only half a second, so Jared Harper's been on his tail throughout. And we're down to less than a minute of this race remaining. The second of 3 races this weekend, second round of the Osborne Transports HQ Holdens Championship, New South Wales Championship as well as Club Championships, I guess.
That's it, definitely the Club Championships. Part of the Club Championship. We have a 5-round championship with the Nationals. The next round will be here in June.
Day-nighter?
No, the day-nighter is in July.
Yeah.
The last lap board is now out, and these guys are coming to get the last lap as the time has just now run out. Luke Harrison doing a fantastic job holding off Jared Harbour. Now let me tell you, Jared Harbour will be doing his best to catch him once he sees this last lap, but he's also doing a great job to maintain the distance behind him, as it's not easy when you're right up someone's behind, right up their hammer in the wet, and there's a lot of spray that's coming off there.
Well, he's actually picked up a bit of time in those last 3 corners. He was just over a second behind, and checkered flags was out, so
there
we
you
was
go.
on our last lap.
That was.
And Luke Harrison has taken the win ahead of Jared Harbour. The distance between them just 7/10 of a second at the checkered flag. Dave Proglio, great result to finish in 3rd spot. John Baxter up to 4th, and Brett Osborne from
5th.
3rd earlier has dropped back to 5th position ahead of Glenn Deering. Dave Allen.
Very solid drive for Dave Allen.
And as you can see, they're all just well behaved, all got through the race without any major dramas. As we see Alan go across the line there, it should be Ashton Parker, whether that's a lap car coming through.
That's Brett Simpson,
and
young Brett Simpson.
We've got to look back a fair way to find Ashton Parker, who had a bit of a drama up at this corner a few laps back, but this time has come through quite okay, and it'll be Jason Johnston will be the next one behind him.
Darren Parker rounding out the top 10 with the twin headlights. So we know that's Ashton because he's got the single headlights, and a great drive again from Jason Johnson. Jason Johnson wasn't confident in the rain. He was a bit worried, but he's done a great job to bring it home in the top 10, bringing in 9th spot as these guys coming down for 11th and 12th.
As you say, racing goes all the way back through the field in these, and these two have been at it from the get-go, and they're going to come down to the ground to finish in 11th and 12th behind Darren Parker, and we can actually see Leach pull out. Is he close enough to get the result?
No.
Not quite.
No, not quite.
Couldn't do a Brett Osborne that
Well,
he did.
exactly right.
Well, thank you very much to Wayne Healy for jumping in and helping us out with this race.
Well, it was my pleasure, mate. I really appreciate the time, and what a great...
And I think you and Dave Amor might be back for the last one later on today.
Definitely. So, everyone out there, if you...
Let you two loose in here, I never know what's going to happen. All right, thanks again. We'll take a quick break and hopefully catch up with some of the place getters in this before the next race, which is the TRGA Scholarship Series Race 2.
So I'm with the winners of the HQ Holden round or race 2. Harrison, you were second in the first race, but now you came first in this race. How was it, especially in the wet?
Yeah, had a good run yesterday with Bretto in the first race, and he just got me over the line. And then we got a good start this morning in the rain, and we took off from there and led it from the start to finish, and had Jared right up my arse the whole time, and had a good race with him, and just kept it nice and smooth.
Now I know you were running wets where the other boys were running dry. What made you go for the wets?
Oh, I don't know. It's just a bit of an experiment to see what it's like out there. If it was wet enough to run them, in certain spots it was, in other spots it wasn't. So it was just a bit of a test day for that.
Well, it paid off. So congratulations.
Thank you.
And we'll head over to Harbour. Congratulations on second place. Now you two are best mates, I hear. So you didn't want to go for a lunch?
I had a couple of goes and I thought, it's not worth the panel beating damage, so just stick behind him and see what we can do. So, but no, it was good fun.
And what's the strategy for race 3? Because you guys will be starting off the front row together, yeah?
Yep. Yeah, I don't know. We just got to see what the weather's doing. At the moment, if it's raining, it'll be good. Just do the same thing. But if it dries out, I'm sure we'll have Bretto and a couple of other faster boys coming in quick. So we'll see how we go and have a bit of fun.
Well, congratulations. We'll see you out there for race 3.
Thank you.
Hello. Now, I was watching this race and you did an awesome move around car number, I can't remember the car. I think, that's right. Around turn 1. Oh my gosh, that looked scary, especially in the wet as well.
Yeah, I think I'll have to change my underpants after that one. I didn't know how much grip was there, but there's a lot of grip on the outside of the track, so I was more worried about Brett coming into me really. So, but he was holding me up for a few laps there, so I just wanted to get past him, and that was going to be it.
It was a really good battle, and you were one of the cars that were running dries. So it's raining. Why did you go dries?
Because I don't have any wets.
Good
like
answer.
Triple 8 racing here, so we're an entry-level category. So I've only got dries. So.
Well, congratulations on third place. Battle well done, and we'll see you out there for race 3.
No worries. Thank you.
Thanks so much, and now we'll head back to commentary with Gary.
Thank you. We're just waiting now for Toyotas to make their way out onto the track. They're in the pre-grid area at the moment. Yesterday's race, for those who didn't see it, was a thriller. Lots of action going on within the category, and the winner of the race was Charlie Parker, who won the start from the outside of the front row and led throughout. Alison Buckley was on the pole. She was second until passed by Jordan Freestone. So in the end it was Parker from Freestone and Buckley. Fourth spot went to Jack Sherskov in the number 39 ahead of Will Longmore. Tyler Cheney, Ben Holliday was in 7th. Byron Lutley was next ahead of Oliver Wickham and Liam Jurgis. Some of the ones that did strike a bit of trouble. Zane Rinaldi was caught up in an incident early in the race with the Ruben Dan entry, and unfortunately Dan came off second best and eventually finished in 35th. Rinaldi finished 19th but was penalised 10 positions, which put him back to 29. Isaac Demelweek in the Racing Academy entry was unfortunately caught up in an incident turn 2, which was turned around by contact with one car and then hit by another, which was a bit unfortunate. So the cars are now out on track for this 20-minute race, and conditions, as we've already talked about, far different to what they had yesterday, and it will be Parker off the front row with Freestone alongside of him. Now Freestone was the winner of the opening round, which is held down at Phillip Island, and he'll be looking to try and hold on to that lead, and the results of that race is where they start this one. So just out of the 10 was Anthony Capobianco, followed by Craig Thornton. Then it's Cade Davey in the Racing Together entry. And I think I did see Roland Dane on the headsets for that entry with the Norwell Motorflex team all down in Tasmania this weekend, so they've had a bit of a fill-in. There's actually quite some other notable drivers here this weekend lending their expertise in Brady Kostecki was working in the pits, as were several others, including Declan Fraser as well. So out of 14th position is Roman Nasser in the second of the Racing Academy entry. So he had a good run, and unfortunately at the first round it was Nasser that had the crash damage. Again, not his fault, but this time the shoe was on the other foot with Demelweek. Hopefully they've got that car fixed overnight. I know they were keen to get it back and see if they could be running today. Salvatore Imbrogno started out at 15th. Max Walton, son of Chris Walton, former KA2 Australian car champions, out of 16th in the number 68. Caleb Heffron in position 17. Robbie McAfee out of 18. Millie Miller 19 for Leo Inonella out of position 20. Behind them, Darcy Hayne, Jared Keat, Matt Shilen in number 2 out of position 23. James Siderlin, Lachlan Hennock, Connor Roberts out of 26. Bryce Lane, Jed Murphy out of 28. Zane Rinaldi out of 29. Pip Casabine 20. Geelong Hay Bartlam out of position 31. Emily Cavabiello 32. Ashton Kadich out of 33. Robert Vanderpool out of position 34. Cars run by Ashley Jarvis, who's handed the duties of organising that team to his father for the weekend while he runs himself in the National Sports Event Series. Then it's Ruben Dane, one of the Sedans racing team cars. Tyler Kalija for 99 Motorsport out of 36. Ashton Cedars out of 37. He had a couple of dramas during that race as well. Hugh Zolling out of 38, another of the Cedars racing team entries. And then we've got Antonio Mollifs out of 39. The two non-finishers were Demelweek and Oscar Sands in the number 60s. 41 cars, huge field. They had 39 down at Phillip Island, 41 here for this weekend. Entries have been huge, and the winner gets a drive at Bathurst in GR Cup, and that this is the stepping stone, the Super 2 you might say, of Toyota GR Cup, and one going to the pits already, so it's a bit unfortunate. I don't know who that is at this point. It's one of the cars towards the back of the field. So green flag being waved. They not worth going to the back of the field to wave it, or else they wouldn't see it at the starters mound that far back. 20 rows of Toyota 86s, red lights on, and away they go. And a fair bit of wheel spin getting off the line from Parker, and it's possibly allowed Freestone to get to the lead. A lot of someone's in a bit of trouble off the line, not going anywhere fast. I'm trying to see who that is, but very slow into the corner, and it's and Freestone spun around at turn 1. Buckley goes to the lead, Parker in second. More clashes and contact in behind them as they go through that first corner. But it's Alice Buckley who leads the way, and it looks like Shirkwitz has got the second. Another one off the track, Tyler Cheney spun off at turn 3. Managed to get going. It looks like there's a bit of a ripple in that rear guard on the right hand side, so he may have had some contact with someone. And it's very hectic. More contact going down through turn 5. Someone got a little bit loose, but I think there's slight side on contact with someone else to straighten them up. NASA now moving on the inside of Craig Fortin as they go through turn 6, trying to pick up the position. And it's like they've let the dogs out here because it's on for young and old. So you go for this opening lap of race 1. They're not taking it easy in the wet conditions, going very hard at it at this stage. Looks like Freestone's got underway as well, which is good to know. We've got NASA reporting there was a replay of going into turn 1 and just lost it on his own in the wet. Complete pirouette out of turn 1, and it's allowed the whole field basically to get by. There's still plenty back to Will Longmore in the 84 going through, the 999 behind him in Luke Lou. And on the straight, and Buckley has a lead of almost 2 seconds, while it's been calamity behind with Parker in second. Schursquist in third, Dennis Gurgis for Thornton, Nasser, Imbrogno, Wilmore, Logmore, and Lou Wickham's lost a couple of spots back to 10th. Capobianico Rinaldi's gone from 2 more off the track at turn 1. Boot flies up on the 64, which is Heffernan, and I think we've got one stuck there, which is the other car in that 2-car off the track. Heffernan's managed to get going, that's the other one. And Longmore off the track at turn 3. Trying to get going again, it's all sorts of dramas happening here. I think Will Longmore will get back on track. It's going again. And trying to see who that other car was that got caught up in that incident. It might have been Ionella. More drama going on, 67 and 69. That's Gurgis and another, the safety car has been called, and it's the car 6. It's the one that was caught down there. It was Ionella. And we're going to have a replay of that incident into turn 1. He might actually almost get himself out of this. But we just get a replay coming up, and it was in the background, and they both were loose or sliding before they got into the corner. Boot comes up on the 64. He manages to get out of the sand trap. Unfortunately for Ionella, that's not to be. He's stuck there. So that car will have to be dragged out. And unfortunately, by spinning the wheels continually, it's just going to dig himself deeper into a hole. So this takes away the 2-second advantage that Ellis Buckley had, and it brings Charlie Parker back into contention. Coming up to just after half distance of this race, and just had 2 completed laps. Believe it, all that action going on, we've just had 2 whole laps. We're on lap 3 of this race, and it's certainly been a thriller so far. So we'll just hang 5 until Ionella's extracted from the sand trap, and we should be back in racing. Safety car lights are now out. We have just under 2 minutes of racing left, so we may get 2 laps in here. Buckley leads from Parker and Burgess. Nasser to 4th. Shirkwitz to 5th. Then it's Fortin, Imbrogno, Wickham, Lurtloo and Capobianco in 10th. That's our top 10 out of, still have 41 cars running, or where Anala is down a lap now due to being parked in the sand trap. So we're underway again, and Buckley continues to lead. Look, it's Burgess is trying to make a move on Parker into turn 1, although will lose out to Nasser. Nasser goes through on Parker into 2nd. Buckley leads. Parker back to 4th, with Burgess getting through on him in the run to turn 2. So it's Nasser who's been the big mover off the restart. Another one off and into the fence. That's car 5. Bryce Land. It's gone in backwards, fortunately, so damage might not be too bad. Might be able to get it going. Still the rough and tumble happens down the field. There's plenty of panel rubbing as they go across the top of the tunnel. Quite a few in there. Fortin's in there. Parker's in there as well. Parker's dropped a few spots as a result of that. So it's Buckley from Nasser, Burgess, Schwartzkopf and Progno. Parker at 6th. Then Fortin. Then off the track out of turn 4 leading to 5. More drama happening. It's been a wild old race. Rinaldi carrying some damage, although that could have been left over from yesterday. He was involved in a couple of touches. So Nasser looking to have a go at Buckley now as they go down to turn 8. Okay, Davey in the 116 ahead of a whole heap of angry Toyota 86 drivers swarming behind him. And that's Julung Hay Bartlam in the 43 trying to make a move on Lou. Actually, it's the 99, not the 999. So they're down the straight to the checkered flag, and it's Alice Buckley who will take the victory. Getting to the line in first position ahead of Romeo Nasser. Burgess into first, Schwartzkopf to 4th, and Brognio, Parker, Wickham, Sinaldi up to 8th position from 29th on the grid. Lurtloo in 9th, Walton takes out 10th, and it's Capobianco, Davey in 12th, McAfee in 13th, Hay Bartlam in 14th, then it's Hayne, Cassavine, Miller, Cedars from a well back up to 18th, so he would have started out of about 40th. Replay here of some of the incidents that happened in this race, and there was a lot. And that was the Thornton car getting the short back and sides and pushed off into the tyre barrier on the outside of turn 5. So a rather dramatic race compared to yesterday's. Heffernan just coming down to the line there. He was involved in that incident at turn 1 earlier. It meant the safety car was brought out. So what a dramatic finish to the race. Hopefully we can catch up with some of the place getters out of that one, because there was a lot happening. Next race coming out will be the first of the 4 Superkarts event, a 15-minute race scheduled to start at 10:30. That'll be followed by Aussie racing cars for race 3, which is a reverse top of the grid for that one. Sports sedans will follow, and then we're into Superkarts Race 2 to finish the morning program.
with Buckley. Congratulations. I am so honoured and pleased to be interviewing you. Tell me about that race and where you just finished.
Yeah, it was hectic. We got our first place for the weekend. We got a podium in our first race yesterday. We came away with third. So yeah, chuffed that I could, in the first lap of racing that we had, get to the lead and drive away. And then we had a safety car and had to bring the whole field back into it. So we had a one-lap dash to the checkered flag at the end. So I'm just glad I could stay in front and, yeah, keep it clean.
And it is such a wet track out there. How do you go in the wet in terms of, we know you go really well in the wet, but what goes through the mind? Because you were just there at the start straight away, and then as you said, the safety car, and then you were back in the lead. It was almost effortless.
Yeah, no, it definitely wasn't effortless. No, I was trying my best, but yeah, you just got to be relaxed and calm in the rain. I was lucky enough to do the Toyota New Zealand series, so get a little bit more experience in these cars, and then especially in the wet. So yeah, I've done a bit of wet running now, so yeah, more than happy to say that it was because of that. So yeah.
And you're using this as a bit of practice before you go into the GR Cup, is that correct?
Yeah, we're going to try to win the GR Cup series this year, so always keep yourself, busy and still in the car is always important. But yeah, it's just practice laps for us, so good practice laps.
Really good practice laps, yeah. Definitely for sure. Thank you so much for that, and congratulations again. Gary, we'll head back to you.
Thanks, Emily, and congratulations to Alice for getting her first win this year in Toyota 86 Scholarship Series. And no, she has been doing a lot of racing in New Zealand. She did the Toyota 86 series there last year with some pretty good results, and to go back and do a little bit of it this year, and now can concentrate on GR Cup when that starts at Townsville later in the year as part of her supports to the Supercar Championship. So we've got coming up shortly is the first race for New South Wales Superkarts, all 125cc capacity, whether they be gearbox, stock Honda, Rotex heavy, Rotex light. And as I mentioned in the qualifying session, it's easy to tell the classes by the colour of the number and its background. And they should be fairly used to these wet conditions, although I must say it's probably wetter now than what it was earlier. There's 14 entered, and someone's lost something on the straight there on the outlap. 15-minute duration from the time they leave the pre-grid to the checkered flag, or one lap after the expiry of that 15 minutes. But it looked like someone lost something just out of turn one, and it's not in a very handy position being in the middle of the circuit. And the Bureau of Meteorology didn't predict that the weather would be quite as wet as this here today. There it is. Whatever that is, looks like it might be a cover for a carburettor or something, air filter cover, maybe. So someone's going to have a far leaner mixture than probably what they intended, if that is the case. So they all run fairings around the front of these carts. Not so much a rear wing. They do on the 250s, international and national classes. But there's some well-known names that we see in New South Wales Superkarts that aren't here this weekend. Likes of Lee Vella, Mark Robin, etc., that we generally see in here. A little bit of a discussion going on there between Santos and Fuchs as they come around the top corner. Obviously trying to determine who's going to be where off the start, and be mindful of the fact that there is something on the road down out of turn 1. They usually grid up in classes as well. They don't necessarily grid up off outright speed. Although this looks like their rolling start is just going to be one of them going, two of them going out onto the grass to try and make their way around, and a hand in the air from someone there. So someone had some trouble off the start, and it'll be Laurie Fuchs in his Raider 125 gearbox class cart that will lead into turn 1, and with Jock Santos in second and getting a little bit out of shape going into turn 1. He's in the BRM chassis kart. And 19, that's Tony Moyt just ahead of Mark Vickers. And obviously it's not real easy for these guys to see in the spray, except if you're out there in front. And Santos under some sort of threat from Stuart Robertson in the 91 Woodgate Evo. And we look back there, it's the 51 of Konstantinos Staminis in the CRG Road Rebel. 75 going through, there's Brian Tinsley in an Arrow AX9. There's another Tinsley in the field as well. That's Greg Tinsley in the Cosmic Lynx. Both Rotex class cars, Rotex heavy. And already they're fairly spaced out. The weather is probably not conducive to straight close racing. And if you want to see a go-kart line, this is where you're going to see it. In Superkarts, they'll go for a wide entry wherever possible, where it's worked out that there's less on a camber corner, there's less water on the outside of the corner than on the inside. So down the straight the first time, Santos is second behind Fuchs, Robertson next, then it should be Paul Battle, Mark Vickers, Tony Moyt, and that group of 6 is certainly edged away to the point of about 8 seconds on Staminini, who leads Louis Shipton, Dodge, 2 Tinsleys, 5, and it must have been Trimmer that had the early problem and had his hand up, because he is yet to make his way to the start-finish line. Hopefully he got that going and sorted. And this rain looks certainly like it's setting for the day. Our race leader has a 2.2 second advantage just at the moment. And he does carry that little bit of a rear wing on that gearbox kart. Brings it down to turn 8 with that lead. And Santos, Fuchs, Santos slides his way through turn 8. The 91 in third, that's Robertson. He's drifted back a little bit from these two. And if you are watching on the screen somewhere, and whether you're in the pits here trying to stay dry or anywhere around the world, and Santos has a lose coming out of turn 11, and a quick recovery. Gets an acknowledgement from Robertson, who goes past him at the time. So, mate, you did well there to get out of that one. And he resumes in third spot. What a save. Could have been anywhere out of that, but just a single 360 and back on track. That's the way you do it. Just appear he got a little bit wide out of that corner, and that's what brought him undone. Now tries to get back his second spot. It's allowed the leader to get away a little bit further than perhaps what he would have liked. not afraid to throw the back out in the wet conditions. Has to keep wiping the visor because the amount of water that's coming down around him, whether it's off the track or out of the sky. And looks like we're going to get a replay of a spin. Well, we were. Yeah. And Santos now still trying to get back that second spot. And as you can see by the amount of wheel work that he's doing, that it's not easy to keep these things under control with the amount of speed you've got under you. And the gap between first and second is 5.56 seconds, with Santos close behind in third spot, as you can see, keen to get that spot back and maybe make the move here from turn 8 to turn 9. Gives him a wave as he goes past. They're obviously a fairly close fraternity here in Superkarts. And Robertson's not done with this. Well, you may think you can get past me and go away, but I'm going to try my best to get you back, and then pulls out on the straight. The 125 gearbox might have a little bit more top end than the Rotex Heavy, although Rotex Heavy would probably sit better on the road. In the end, though, Santos resumes in second spot. Meantime, third spot, fourth spot, Battle and Wickers are close together, so Battle is in a battle to stay ahead of Vickers. And then we've got a gap back to Voigt, who is actually on his own, and some 10 seconds adrift for those two. And then there's a huge 17-second margin or more back to Lewington. Stamira, Dodge, the two Tinsleys in 10th and 11th, and Fife in a 12th spot. Unfortunately, Trimmer was the one that had the early dramas and is now pulled to the pits out of this event. So we're down to 12 at the moment, and we've got around about 4.5 minutes of this to go. So Robertson hasn't allowed Santos to move away at all. And Battle, I'm thinking at this stage, is a little bit quicker than Robertson, so it might be a chance that he could come back at him later in the race. I did see that Tony Moit was next, was looking down, probably doing a fuel adjustment on the car, which they do all the time, richen or lighten the fuel load between the air fuel mixtures, depending on the circumstances they're in, or where they're racing on track. Here's our front runner, Laurie Fuchs, who leads the way as they come down to complete the fourth lap. And around about 3.5 minutes of racing remaining. And as they complete that lap, his time was a 2:01.6. Santos was actually slightly faster at 2:01.3. Robertson at 2:03. Battle at 2:02.2. And Vickers at 2:04.08. So it ebbs and flows a bit, and Santos was actually faster in the third sector than anyone else throughout the race. And I don't actually think there's any sort of a dry line as yet. Maybe he's just following in the wheel tracks of the race leader to try and take advantage of maybe the water hasn't refilled the spot where Fuchs would have pushed the water away. There's an interesting battle further back in the field between the four of them as they go across the line there. Headed by Newington, ahead of Stamiri, who I think has just lost his spot to Dodge for a turn one. And then we have the two Tinsley, Brian and Greg Tinsley will be the next two through, and they just come across the start-finish line with the 888 of John Fife rounding out the field. So everyone back from positions 1, 2 and 3 are actually doing quicker sector times now. Maybe there is a bit of a lull in the wet, although it certainly doesn't look it, and looks like one's in dumb, and that's 5 coming very slowly down the straight as our race leader, 2nd and 3rd, go past. And actually 4th spot Battle is the one who seems to be the most forward of the movers, and his lap there was his fastest of the event at 2:02.2, and that was 7/10 faster than 3rd place Robertson on that occasion. And we're down to just over a minute of this race going, and so out on their 6th lap. And it's Laurie Fuchs, who's been around the category for quite a while, as has Santos. And they're running 1 and 2, and actually Fuchs has just done the fastest first sector of the race on this lap. So obviously as you get more used to the conditions too, you can go a little harder as well. Brings the kart down to turn 6, feeds it through. No pressure. The pressure is on yourself. Do you strive for better lap times, or do you want to go for the win? At the moment his gap over second is 4.6 seconds. As he brings it down into turn 8. You'll feel all the bumps in a superkart. They don't have suspension as such, so it can be a hard ride. Santos has narrowed the gap there in that second sector because he was quicker by 1.5 seconds there. So he just obviously eased it off our race leader as it comes down the straight. Checkered flag at the ready, and it'll be Laurie Fuchs who takes out race 1 of New South Wales Superkarts, the first of 4 races this weekend. Jacques Santos will be in 2nd position after that lurid spin out of turn 11 earlier on. Managed to regather that. No, he won't. He's actually stopped at the top of the track. Chances are that he may have hopefully just thrown a belt, a chain I should say, and he'll run it down. So unfortunately, after a great fight back, won't be able to finish. 2nd will go to Stuart Robertson, ahead of Paul Battle and Mark Vickers. We'll take a break, and the next race coming up on our program is race 3 for Aussie Racing Cars. 31 Aussie Racing Cars here for the opening round of their season in the Battery Worlds Back Series. So we'll be back with that shortly. The Battery World Aussie racing cars now departing the pre-grid for the start of race 3, and the grid is mixed up for this one. Jeff Waters has been fortunate or unfortunate enough to be on pole position alongside Alistair Connick, Asher Johnston out of position 3, Andrew Cornish out of 4, Craig Thompson, Brett Osborne, Scott O'Keefe, Nathan Williams, Ryan Reynolds, Jack Boyd, Scott Dornan, Joel Heinrich, followed by Mason Harvey and Cody Garland. Now, I'd assume, and I stand corrected here, that there's been a penalty issued to Joel Heinrich, who was the race winner, but by the appearance of this was relegated to 3rd, but I can stand corrected on that. So at this stage, that's where they're starting. Now behind them will be Gooding, Mann, Lovering, Jones, Grant Thompson, Emma Clark, Hamilton, Macon, McKechnie, Nissen, Mercer, McKay, Caleb Patterson. Got to talk about young Caleb, the fastest rookie by a fair stretch, but unfortunately in both races had a fuel relay issue at turn 8 and had 2 DNFs, but could be worth watching in this race. Reece Chapman will be there behind him, Dennis Butler, Josh Anderson and Madden. Brandon Madden, who was a DNF out of that second race, whilst in the top 5 or 6 at the time. So issues also for Reece Chapman, who actually led the second race for a period, the first lap that is, and then unfortunately had a drama and pulled off. And Josh Anderson, who's also had plenty of pace, but again had issues. So this is a 25-minute race. We're already 3 minutes in as they line up for the start. And certainly conditions totally different from yesterday, with interesting situation for the Johnson Crail Racing Enterprise cars, both of them starting in the top 10, and the part team owner that isn't racing is already looking for medication in case he keels over in this one. Cars now lining up. Waters car very distinctive with the shark's teeth on the front, or if they're sharks or lizards or whatever they are, but a lot of them. In the 96, a veteran of Aussie racing cars, been in the category for a long time. Alistair Connick, not so much a veteran in the championship class, so Waters in the gold class, and I think that puts him ahead of the Masters class. Master class competitors including Thompson, Osborne, O'Keefe, championship cars of course, Connick, Johnson, Cornish, Williams, Reynolds, Boyd, Dornan in the gold class as well, Heinrich, Harvey, Garland in the championship class. The master class has Gooding and Mann. Rookie winner from the previous 2 races, Kyle Lovering. They're battling with Nissen and Patterson unfortunately, as I said, a DNF out of the first 2 races. Red lights on, we're about to head off and away they go, and it looks like it was Boyd, it didn't go anywhere, and another one which I think was, and there's been a hit on the straight. I think Connick didn't move and got hit fair in the back by someone down the field. So we've got damage on the front straight. Trying to see who that is. In those conditions, it's pretty hard to see what would happen. We've got a red flag situation as a recourse. Was it the 15? Was Was it Emma Clark maybe? But that is unfortunate. So it's the 24 and the 15. Koenig and Clark involved in an incident. Let's hopefully that Emma is okay. She would not have seen a great deal of what happened there. Everyone will now filter back into the pit lane. Wait till the incident has been cleared and that everyone is okay, and hopefully we'll get a restart to the race.
I'm here with Richard Krause, longtime friends. Now, you are a team owner of
Yes.
one of these Aussie racing car teams.
You'd think I'd know better, wouldn't you? Working in the sport for as long as I have. Emily, nice to see you. Yep, 2 cars, Johnston and Crow Racing. That's one of my little rockets in the background, and we've gone to 2 cars this year. So incredibly stressful, financially crippling, but incredibly satisfying when it all works. And we had a really good day yesterday. So yeah, shame we're under red flag now, but yeah, we're hopeful we can get some more racing laps later on.
Nice. And you were a one-person team with Johnson. Now, Johnson used to race in XLs.
He did.
And now 2 cars. So who's your other driver?
So Asher would have raced you, I reckon, at various points.
We never race.
Really? Not at Bathurst? Interesting. Yeah, so Asher and I co-own the team, and we set this up when Ash was looking to move on from XLs. He spent a decade there, had a lot of success, so was looking for a new goal, and we sat down and looked at all of the national level categories, and this was the one that presented the best bang for your buck because we don't have much money to spend on it, but from a competitive standpoint as well, it's an amazing category. And then over the off season, we've linked up actually literally Ash's next door neighbours at work, the Boyd family. Their office is just around the corner. So Jack Boyd, who's 22, young guy, came out of go-karting. He's been dabbling in Aussie racing cars for a little while, but looking to take the step up. We've partnership with Jack and his dad Glenn and their team and their family, and we've gone to 2 cars, so they look great. 2-car team, it's the dream of everyone. And Jacko is a super talent. He's been really good. Qualified 6 yesterday, a pair of P5s, which was great. We had a tough day with the 8-car with Ash. Got 1 lap in qualifying, blew an engine. Did a 2.5-hour engine change in 2 hours and 3 minutes. Got him out just for race 1, circulated, and then he carved his way from 26th to 12th in race 2, which was a really good drive. So we're in pretty good position at the moment, which is nice. We've got fast race cars and they look pretty, and yeah, hopefully we can get them back out for this one.
Yeah, that's really good. Now, in terms of the engines, these are not your typical car engine, are they? Tell me about that.
No, they're a Yamaha 1300cc motorbike engine, basically out of a superbike. So they're great engines. They rev to about 10,000 RPM, 6-speed sequential gearbox, so the same you'd see in a supercar. It's a motorcycle gearbox just converted with the stick. Pretty straightforward. We changed one in 2 hours, as we learned yesterday. They're good things. They're greigh cars. They weigh 600 kilos. So they're super light. They've got about 120 horsepower, good power to weight ratio. In the dry pole yesterday, the guru Joel Heinrich, who's miles up the field, I think did a 40 point something for pole in the dry, which is pretty quick around here. Supercars are doing 30s, so not that far off. They're a great race car, very adjustable. Control Yokohama tyre across the board. They're a wet, dry, all-weather tyre, a bit like the XLs. Yeah, cool cars and a good package. And they're not that expensive relatively to almost every other national category to run, which is why we're in it.
Yeah, wow. And how many rounds are there in the series?
7 rounds. So happy to kick off here at SMP, and then we're down to Tassie with the Supercars, which is an amazing track. And these things there, it's like you would have seen NASCAR at Daytona, right? All the drafting. That's what Symmons Plains is. It may as well be an oval. They'll be 4 wide doing all sorts of crazy things, so that'll make me boulder quicker. And then we're across the west to Wanneroo Raceway. We've got a round at One Raceway just down the road from here a bit later on, and then we're at the Bend 500 Supercars. And then later in the year, we finish the year at the Adelaide 500, which is cool. So we get 2 home rounds, which is great for an Adelaide team, which is good for us.
Oh, that is perfect. And you guys do a lot of practice in these cars, yes?
Not as much as we'd like. We'd love to go testing more, but testing costs money, so we'd rather throw it at the race meetings. But we're very fortunate. We've got some great supporters on board. In fact, Inverell Ford, I'm going to tell you how to do a job at Pan Across. Look at the back of my race car. And Daniel back in the truck will be loving this, I know. Inverell Ford, who's a Ford dealer in country New South Wales, has come on board both of our cars this year, and we've got some other great supporters who have jumped on board to help us get here and then to subsequent rounds later in the year. And it would be remiss of me, Emily, and I know you've had to sell the dream as well from a car racing point of view to help pay for it all. We've set up a Johnson Crow Racing fan club.
Oh, wow.
Club JCRE.
Wow, fan club. Tell me more.
Well,
Can I join?
you can join. It's $100 and you get your name on the boot of the car and you get some merch and all the cool stuff. But what we're going to do at the end of the year is a members draw, right? So we're going to do tickets and things like that. But we're going to draw 1 member, and slightly scarily, we're going to let them drive the car.
You're going to let a person that signs up for $100
Yeah.
to drive this car.
Yeah.
Now, at speed?
Yeah. Yeah.
What racetrack?
Malala, South Australia.
Malala. And now there's no 2 seats in this car. It's 1 seat. They sit right in the middle. And wow, this is exciting. I think I'm going to sign up.
Brave. Well, it could be the cheapest test day you ever do.
For $100, 100%.
I don't know if we're mad or geniuses. I think it's mad. But yeah, good. That's what we're doing. So no, look, it's great fun. They're brilliant things, and we're having a great time. And the best thing about it is we're generally competitive this weekend as well, which is really nice. So that's good.
It's always good to be competitive and up there with racing. You said that the other driver was a 22-year-old. Yeah. What's his aspirations?
That's a very good question. I haven't asked him that. Look, honestly, all Jacko wants to do is just be successful in this. And the thing with Aussie racing cars is the pointy end of this field is as good as any national level category. So Cody Garland, who's been good in TCR, Trans Am cars, has been fast in this. Joel Heinrich, he's leading Touring Car Masters at the moment. He's multiple champion in this and the defending champ. Young Mason Harvey's here, who's super fast. Reece Chapman. These are guys that will be competitive in any national level category. So if you can run with them, you're going to be competitive, right? So that's a good sign. And if we can run with them, then that's what Jack wants to do. And Ash as well. Ash is at a different point in his career, but that's what he wants to do and have a crack at it.
That'll be awesome. I'm looking up and down, and there is just so many cars here. How many in the round today?
32 cars this weekend. Yeah, it's a good field. It's a great series. They've been around for more than 20 years now, which is excellent, and it's a stable category in terms of regulation. So you can go and invest in a car, and what you've got is pretty much the same as what everyone's got. But the other thing we like about it, and we're all tinkerers in this game, and we like the fact that we can do some development and we can throw some setup stuff at it. We can do some bits and pieces with the cars and things like that, so there's a little bit of freedom in there as well for us to do our own little spin on Aussie racing cars.
Yeah, I like it. And setup, it's all about setup, right? You got setup for the wet, setup for the dry. You guys are on wets or dries?
No, it's an all-weather tyre. So
wow.
Same wet to dry. So it's a grooved Yoki A40, I think the tyre is. So yeah, same wet to dry. We just drop the pressures. We take some camber out of the car for the wet, go a bit softer on the roll bars, and away we go. There's some movement here in the lane, live TV at its absolute finest, and I would suggest there's a very good chance this race isn't going to happen because there's still a big recovery going on the pit straight. Now this is frustrating for us. Obviously we hope everyone's all good. We started third.
Oh, wow.
Oh yeah, because it was a reverse top 14, so this was our big opportunity to have a go and run at the front, but that's the sport, isn't it? It's challenging. You know that better than most.
Definitely. It's good some days and then terrible the next.
Yeah, and it's interesting being on this side of the microphone and this side of the paddock. Normally I'm the one asking the questions.
Yes, this is the first time that I'm interviewing you rather than you interviewing me.
I haven't been interviewed that many often about like this. I need to thank my good mates at Porsche as well for letting me come and do this. Yeah, you get the full gamut of emotions when you're invested in it like this and you're racing with good friends and the camaraderie in the paddock and things like that. It's very different to what it's like being on the other side of the fence when you're in the media or you're in broadcast. So I'm loving it, but it's so much more of an emotional roller coaster than it is when you're sort of a degree separated from it. But I think it gives me a bit of insight into it as well from a broadcasting point of view, so I can actually, when someone fires it off the road, A, I know how much it costs, B, I know what the team boss is thinking when their hair's all falling out, and yeah, I think it gives a really good perspective on the sport. But it's great fun. It's so nice to have a connection to the sport, and that, you know, when you go to the footy and you're sitting there cheering on your favourite team, like, you don't do that when you work in the sport. You need to be impartial. This is me going and watching the Adelaide Crows, right? This is me cheering for my footy team. It's very cool.
That is so good to hear. Well, thank you so much for
Pleasure.
taking the time to come talk to me. I really appreciate it.
Nice job. And Daniel Beckinsale, who's directing this broadcast, just tried to ring me. And I absolutely flat out denied him. So thanks, Daniel. Emily's doing a nice job. Good stuff.
Thanks, Krause. All right, it looks like they probably won't finish this race. They are taking all the cars back into their pits. So, Gary, back to you.
Yeah.
would consider it. And their crops failed, and the Aboriginal people actually were showing the Europeans what food was. And you're there going, when we talk about welcoming ceremonies, we're so into injustices. Philip, he kidnapped, well, he held a couple of Aboriginal community members, including Bennelong, as basically prisoners, simply because he wanted to learn language. And so his motives were good.
Or his intentions were good, but yeah, he just like the way he did it. Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
But having said that, Bennelong learnt English, befriended Philip, then said to Philip, "You have a nice house. I want a house like that." So they built Bennelong's cottage on Bennelong Point, which is the Opera House.
Yeah.
And then Bennelong said, "I want to see your land." And so Philip took him back to England.
Yeah, right.
And you're going, to me, the first truly multicultural person in this country was Bennelong.
Yeah.
Philip got speared in the leg by an attacker. Bennelong would leave the camp, go walkabouts, go in and get back in touch with his land.
Yeah.
When he heard, he came back. He came back into that settlement with the leader of that colony just having been speared by an Aboriginal person to see how he was. So he put
everything aside.
Friendships above, and you're going, why? And it's almost like Bennelong now is considered a traitor by some of the Aboriginal community.
It's weird to hear perspectives sometimes, and like there's so many stories. Like you take the like like a classic one that comes to mind is like boy strap pajamas, or like like these stories where people did overcome these barriers. But
rabbit-proof fence, not.
Yeah.
I mean, there's the trouble that happened was Philip was replaced by Bligh. And Bligh is a bit like a Netanyahu, where he saw the eradication of the Aboriginal people.
Yeah, as like the only thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Divide and conquer. And it's like, hiya Terry, how are you? Good, thank you. I wonder if they've declared the race.
Maybe. I'm not sure. Keep this in and see.
I can't see why they'd bother singing a finish at 3 o'clock.
Literally.
Yeah. You can't design the tracks too well.
No.
That's hardly a problem. It's just a song story.
So what do you teach? History, I'm guessing?
No, primary school.
Oh wow.
Primary school.
Yeah.
And I do motorsport in my spare time. I run a magazine, so we do. So if you go to @Velocity magazine, that's our Facebook page.
Okay.
We do Australia's only full gloss colour magazine.
Wow.
I took it over in 2017.
Wow.
And just did a totally different business model with it to keep it going, and so we don't go through news agents.
Yep.
The trouble with magazines is that they rely on high print runs for low unit costs.
Yeah.
And then traditionally what's happened is that the magazine makes money on advertising. So before you even put the magazine in news agents, you've made money. So whether you sell a magazine or not is totally irrelevant. And you go on print run. So you print 20,000 copies. You can say our print run is 20,000 copies, our readership is 60, because you base it on 3 people seeing every magazine.
Yeah.
The truth is, so many magazines just get thrown away, but you can't prove that. Then of course what would happen is that the news agents, what they do is they'd peel the banner off the magazines that didn't sell.
Right.
And then they'd send that in, and so they would get refunds on those magazines because they hadn't sold them. But you were paying, well the magazine I took over, Velocity, the one before Totally Motorsport, he was paying something like 60 cents per magazine for distribution.
Holy crap.
And then another, I think, 20% for recovery at the end of it.
Wow.
So of a magazine that was selling for say $10, there was the best part of $1 a line just in distribution. Hello, Terry.
All right.
I don't know your name, so I'm John.
Ben.
Ben.
Oh,
Terry.
Nice to meet you, Terry. Ben, John.
Very knowledgeable man from Bathurst. He's not going to do the Easter race.
I am here with Macy Place. Macy, I am used to seeing you at a racetrack. However, there's no RX-8s here. What are you doing?
There is actually an RX-8 down there, which I was asked to pit crew for, but I was already dedicated to pit crew for Ashton Kadich this weekend. The RX-8 is a quite similar car to the 86, and yeah, basically rear-wheel drive, pretty low-powered, handle quite similarly, but these have McPherson strut, whereas RX-8 has double wishbone front end. So a little different in setting up a car, but no, I love pit crewing for these, and they're always the most hectic weekends because you've seen the racing out there. It's chaos. But yeah, I love being here, love helping out young kids. Ashton's quite the up-and-coming driver, so very happy to be here helping him.
And as you can hear, your technical knowledge is quite amazing because you are a mechanic and actually own your own race team as well.
Yeah, so we've already had our first round for the year. I only took 3 cars to the first round. It feels so weird saying I only took 3, but last year we ran 6 cars at most rounds and it was just crazy. So yeah, we did Phillip Island same weekend. These guys had their first round at Phillip Island, and the next event for us will be the Bathurst 6 Hour, where we originally had 2 cars entered in the main race, but decided to scale it back to 1, a bit pushed for time, so we'll look at doing 2 next year. But then in May, we're back at Winton for RX8 Cup once again, where I think I'm going to be running 5 cars. So.
Oh wow, and are you going to run yourself as well? Will you be racing it?
Yeah, I always race myself, so I'm usually pit crewing on the 4 other cars while also driving and running my own car, so it's crazy.
That is hectic and a lot of work. How does it go mentally have you ever had a situation where you're racing and you've got one of your own cars either in front of you and behind you and you guys are battling for position?
I went 3 wide with 2 of my other cars through turn 1 at Phillip Island once, and my dad has never let me live it down. He's like, it could have turned out so bad. We could have been so broke after that, but we weren't. So, but yeah, it does get nerve-wracking being out there with your own cars, and like I've gone side by side through turn 1 here with one of my own cars next to me, and it's always just that thing in the back of your mind like, should I back out of this, because otherwise I'll be fixing both. But yeah, you just got to zone that out as best as you can. It is hard when you do see one of your own cars go into a wall and you have to just keep racing and pretend it didn't happen.
Yeah, that would not be nice at all. So you are here with the Toyota 86s. They just had their second race. A bit of carnage. How did the driver go?
Well, Ashton finished with there's a tiny scratch on his bumper, so that's more than we could have asked for. He had an incident in the first race yesterday while he was sitting pretty close to the top 10. And so he started back in like 32nd this morning, and he got back up to 22nd and then lost it on the last corner of the last lap.
Oh no.
So he's quite angry at himself, but look, with the weather here today, it happens to the best of us. So
and you've got one more round to go? Or one more race?
Or
2 races?
I have no idea what the schedule is. I just do what I get told to do. So I think there may be 2 more.
Okay, cool.
Maybe.
Well, time for him to get back up to the top. Well, thank you so much for talking with me, Macy. I always love chatting with you.
Thank you.
All right, and we'll be back more soon with I'm here with Steve in the starter tower. This seems to be, I would say, the second best seat in the house. The first best is definitely down on that racetrack, but this is awesome up here. How long have you been up in the starters tower for?
Well, normally I don't come up into the starters tower. I've been up here just helping Joe out, who's our regular starter. It's something that we try to get involved in, different aspects of motorsport. Normally I'm stuck in an office doing paperwork, looking after all the troops that are out in the field, which is my main responsibility, looking after all the flag marshals that are out on the flag posts. But every now and again, as part of my role and responsibility, I suppose you would say, is to check on the welfare and relieve various other staff around the venue. Fortuitous today that raining. Yeah. Joe's up here by herself, so I thought, well, I'd best come up and see whether she's is all right and whether she needs to have a little break. And from there on, we look at maybe doing a bit of a relief later on, and going from there.
Well, a rainy day like, it seems like he's got a call. He is a very busy man. So a day like today when it's raining, it probably would be better to be up in the aircon in the tower, but it is awesome to be down here. Now, there are a couple of flags here as well. So every racer should know what these flags are. You've got the red flag, which is to stop the race. The green flag to go. You've got the checkered flag. Everyone wants to see this flag first. And then you've got a yellow flag at the back there. So this is where all the action happens. They're the first people to wave the flag to start the race, and the first people to wave the checkered flag when they finish the race. So this is an awesome place to be. They get to see everything when they're out here. So Steve's currently working, so we'll be back more shortly.
so I just emailed Stockport New South Wales and said, look, man, I'm interested in taking photos for you guys. I said, I'm not asking for anything.
Yeah.
I said, other than credit, here's my photo, I want credit.
Yeah.
I said, you can have every photo I take, no matter. And so I said, if like, other than my own job, my normal job, I said, if I'm available, I'll come out. So I do a lot of their state champs, a lot of their big stuff.
Have they hired you since?
No, so not much as hire, I don't get paid.
Okay. Yeah.
Right, but what I do is I give them the photos.
Yep.
And there's a few people there that I'm friends with, so I'll sort of message them to send me the photos.
Yeah.
But then I put them on my own site, and I'll go through and just edit what I want.
Yeah.
And then put them up. So I do my own little modifications to them.
Yeah. See, that's even more, like, I think most people, if you work for a portfolio, you have your, your show runners contributors.
That's right.
You get more work.
Yeah. And that's why I did, like, I've done probably 15 to 20 events. So, yeah, so I just, all the photos I've taken from Motorsport wise, I just emailed them and said, I sent the link to the page and said, this is what I've done.
Yeah.
I said, this is my working with children number, because as an official we have to have that as well.
Yeah.
And yeah, within like a day or two, the guy emailed me back and just said, oh, that'd be cool, we're really interested in like you coming down.
Yeah.
And yeah, ever since I just go, shoot for them.
Good man.
So it's, I find the community is different too.
Yeah.
Like compared to motorsport.
Yeah.
Like, cause I've got a lot of friends in motorsport, like drivers, and they're like, oh, dude, send me the photo, send me the photo. So they're kind of hassle pest you for the photo, whereas there,
they're grateful to just get anything. Yeah.
And it's a market I have. There's no one else there.
Yeah.
Like here, you look how many people show up to motorsport to shoot.
Yeah.
Right? Softball, there's fucking nobody. There's literally nobody.
Yeah, wow.
So I know it's my own market kind of to an extent, other than the softball New South Wales media bloke. There's no one else there taking photos.
That's good though.
You know, so to me, and I find parents too, they want to watch their kids play.
Yeah.
They're not even there taking photos. You know?
I'm in the same boat. Like if you want to go to one of those events, like I'd rather be watching it than, like if I'm passionate about it. Like this, I don't mind so much. I'm not a big car dude.
Yeah.
But I'm like
but you're
filming.
getting paid to be here, it's different too.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? But if you had your son racing,
yeah,
you wouldn't want to be doing this.
No.
You'd want to be sitting there watching or helping him.
Yeah.
Right? So I find that's the same. This is similar in that sense.
Yeah, they'd see they'd see you and they'd be like, they'd be really appreciative of that.
And how many come go, oh, can I get a photo like me and my kid, or like this morning I was doing all team photos.
Yeah.
Right, and yesterday, so like.
Yeah, nice.
Right. So I've never shot team stuff like that.
That was really good though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that came out well.
Come up alright. But yeah, like I class myself as an amateur. I don't. It's a side gig for me.
Yeah. So what's your main job then?
I work for Sydney Trains.
Oh, cool. Awesome.
Yeah. So I work in the control centre in Sydney.
Yeah, wow. But then this is your passion.
No, you know what? It's not. I wouldn't even class it as a passion. It's just a hobby that I enjoy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I like taking photos, and like, I've gone and done like landscape stuff up in the Blue Mountains, and I'll go do waterfall shoots just for something different. And I'll try to be versatile. So not just pigeonhole into one kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I find by doing that, I can learn other stuff.
Yeah. You don't want to be doing just the one thing. Like
don't get me wrong. Like if you can master one, awesome. Like you just want to do motorsport, like.
Yeah.
Maybe it might be cool.
No, but if you can master it, it's good.
Oh, yeah, of course. So if you just want to be into motorsport and that's all you want, then that's fine. Like, but for me, I look and go, I love my motorsport.
Yeah.
Right. And if I'm not working, can I shoot? Yeah, I can. If I'm available.
Yeah.
But I find the softball side of it is just so much more rewarding because of the people there.
Yeah. I'm the same though. I don't want to be pigeonholed. I want to be versatile, like you said.
Yeah.
It's nice to meet you, Glenn.
Yeah, nice to meet you, mate. Have a good day.
Yeah, you too. I can probably okay. You too. I'll see you later, guys.
Catch you later, mate. Have a good day.
I'm here with Romeo. Now, in the second race, you just came second. Congratulations. Now, that was a very wet race. Tell me where you started, though.
I started that race 14th, so far from the front, and I was just hoping to get towards the top 10, but to go to second, I was over the moon.
And how did you make the moves up? Because 14th to second in the wet, that's got to be pretty incredible.
Yeah, most of them came on the opening lap when everyone was moving around, spinning around, just keeping my nose clean and just getting through towards the front. And coming out of turn 3, I realised there was only 4 cars in front of me instead of 12. So yeah, I ended up in 4th at the end of lap 1, and then when the safety car came out, I stayed 4th, and then on the restart, just got to second on the last lap. So it was really good, and I'm keen to start from the front row in race 3.
That'll be awesome. Now, this is the first time that you've driven this car, is that correct? What did you start off racing in?
So I started back, I think it's been 3 years. I started in karting, racing around locally. Then from there, I had Tom Williams in Motorsport pick me up, and since then he's been a huge help. He's got me to where I am today. I did karting around Australia, and last year I did some international racing in karts, which was a good experience. And then late last year, I got the call from Doug Westwood, team owner, and Tom Williamson to jump in one of these for this year. And I was over the moon with that. So got into that, and this is pretty much my second ever round in one of these.
That is awesome. Now, you look quite young. How old are you?
16.
16. Do you have your license to drive on the road yet?
I've got my L's. I've only got 1 more month, and then I go for my P's test. So hopefully I pass that. Hopefully I'm not going too fast for them. But yeah, so it's a bit annoying to drive. This morning I had to drive Dad here, and he did not want to get out of bed in the morning, so I had to drag him just to get in the car with me so I could drive. But soon I'll be able to do that on my own. So yeah.
That would definitely be good. Now, you've raced in the go-karts in Australia and international. What has been your favourite racetrack to race in so far, both in Australia and internationally?
Definitely be Franciacorta in Italy. Not only it was my best race overseas, but it was also one of my favourite tracks to race at. Definitely.
That is awesome. Now, the whole idea of this category is it's a scholarship category to get into the GR Cup. That's what you're planning for?
Yep, so hopefully after this weekend, I think I was told that they have a few spots, so hopefully I can get an invite into that, and hopefully I'll be able to support the V8s, which has always been a dream for me, and hopefully I'll be able to reach my dream again to the Supercars in the future.
Oh, that is awesome. This is a great stepping stone to get from entry-level racing, grassroots racing, all the way up to top in Supercars. So hopefully you make it. You're 16, so you've still got a few more years to go, and the perfect age to start climbing yourself up to the ranks. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Romeo. Alrighty, we'll do some more interviews very shortly. am here with Liam. Now, you were the third place getter for the last race of the Toyota 86s. Tell me about that race, because you didn't start in third place. I hear that you caught up in some places.
Yeah, it was actually really good. We started in 10th. We just wanted to play it safe, go have some fun. And then we came into lap 2 and, we had the pace. And then, we just fought our way to third and got a safety car, played it smart. We could have went for the win, but we just stayed in third for some points. And getting ready for race 3 now. So, yeah, that's it.
That's awesome. Now, you already have done a round a couple of weeks ago at Phillip Island, is that correct? How did you go there?
We went well at Phillip Island. We started at 19th in the last race. We drove from 10th and then we caught up to the front pack, got a safety car and then a bit of a drive area. We went off the track and then we finished back at 19th. So, yeah, it was a good round, but, we're just going to come back for the fight now. So, yeah.
And what's the plans for race 3? Because it still looks like it's probably going to be rain out there. Do you like racing in the rain?
I love racing in the rain. One of my favourite drivers is Ethan Senna. So, I've just always loved the rain. I just love it, going drifting and all that stuff as well. So, yeah, I just love the rain.
How do the cars handle in the wet? Are you drifting the track? Is that how you're getting to third place?
Oh, no, just got to keep calm. When you're calm in the car, you just drive it good. When you just, you're stressed out, you drive it like a spastic. So, just calm and then that's it, you drive it smooth.
And do you have much to do with the setup of your car? Because we see a lot of your mechanics and your family members over there. Do you have a lot to do with the setup of the car, or do you leave it all to them?
Look, I tell them, look, do whatever you want. I've got full trust in them because my team know what I like and what I don't like. So I just let them be and I just go out and drive it, that's it.
And how did you start in motorsport?
Look, as a kid, I've just always loved cars. I started a little bit late in go-karting. We started when I was 13. But just been around the track ever since a kid. Me, Dad, always building cars. I still build cars now. So we just left karting not long ago and we're just playing with the big boys now. Yeah.
And is this the first time you've gone car racing?
Yeah, this is the first time I went car racing. So I've got my own car, I do go to the track and stuff like that, have some fun with my mates, but this is the first time I am car driving, yes.
Yeah. And what's the car that you have fun with at your mates?
I've got a white Toyota Chaser. So yeah, it's a good little car.
Is that a bit of a drift car?
Yeah, look, it is, but we classify it as a street car, but yeah, it's a good little car.
Just any of the New South Wales police that are watching, huh?
Yeah, no. It's not, it's perfectly fine.
So in terms of this category, it's a great feeder category. Yeah. What's the next step for you? So you're trying to vie for a seat into the GR Cup?
Yeah. Look, any opportunity is an opportunity for me. Like, as long as I'm in a race car, I'm happy. Like, I've obviously got a big goal to be a supercar driver, but, if an opportunity comes up, I'm just happy to be driving. I appreciate everything I get, so just happy to be driving, to be honest.
You're just happy-go-lucky, Liam.
I'm sure we'll get anywhere.
Well, thank you so much for talking to me, and good luck with the next race as well.
Thank you. All good.
Alrighty, that was happy-go-lucky Liam there. We'll have some more interviews back after the break.
Well, finally we're back with some motor racing coming up, and unfortunately for that crash, let's hope that all and sundry have come out of that okay. Obviously there became a police investigation. Now that we're back racing again, we've got race 2 of the first round of the National Sports Sedan Series out on track, and special guest in for this one, the 1991 National Sports Sedan champion Greg Crick. Welcome aboard.
Yeah, thanks. Great to be here.
Times have changed a bit with the cars and what they do these days.
They have, but they're still what we all love, the great powerful sports sedans with that great noise and the variety of cars, such a variety of cars, and the people that build them and prepare them just love the opportunity to engineer their cars and build their own cars, and I just think it's the best category in the country. I love it still.
You talk about the bespoke nature of most of the cars in the category, given now that we do see these IRC and mark cars come in, which aren't quite as bespoke as when you run, but still it's there, isn't it?
It is, and the opportunity to be your own engineer and engineer your own car and get the satisfaction of building a good car and knowing you prepared a car and build it yourself is quite unique in Australian motor racing today, because most things are production based these days and people take the easy way out, but the sports sedans just hold a special place in Australian motor racing, I believe, especially with the with the old sports sedan fans. People are still following it, that followed it 40 years ago.
Well, we get a lot of overseas viewers through streaming, and they all look at these cars and go, wow, how great are these cars? So different to anything they race anywhere else around the world.
They are, and the boys are going to have to be on the ball today. I reckon that little Fiat that Joe said, built and prepared Fiat, driven by Brad Shields, that's going to be a tough one to beat today, I reckon, in these conditions. It's a fantastic little car. It's beautifully engineered, beautifully built by Joe, who I've known since I raced sports sedans in the late 80s, early 90s, and we had a trip to New Zealand with all the sports sedan boys, with Bob Tyndall and Des Wall, and Joe came, and the Attard boys, and you know, that was back in the 90s. We took our cars over there and raced, so it was the halcyon days of sports sedans, and it was great fun, and we've still got great friendships from those days.
Well, looking back at the year you won the championship, Mick Monterosso was second, Des Wall, late Des Wall, was third. Kerry Bailey, who's actually been texting me this morning, wanted to know how things were going here. He finished fourth, fellow Tasmanian like yourself.
Yeah, he'd be still preparing to get another car, I reckon. He's still keen to come back, I think.
He keeps talking about it, yeah. Brian Smith in the Alpha, car that ended up being handed down to Tony Ricciardello, and it's probably a couple of generations old now. Dominic Benica, who won the opening 2 races of the championship that year.
Yeah, and that little rocket ship turbocharged Alpha, and that was the diversity of the cars. You know, there were so many diversified cars, and Monterosso's little short Escort with a great big Chev jammed in the middle of it. You know, that was just...
That thing was lightning off the line,
wasn't it? It was a drag car, yeah. Fantastic.
Gary Scott in the
Jaguar.
V12 Jag. Keith Carling in the Mazda RX-7, a Nissan-powered car, before he got the Nissan 350Z.
Exactly, yep.
Barry Jamison in the Falcon. Bob Jolly, who's been around up until recent times. Ian Luff, of course, raced in a Commodore. He's still doing a lot of driver training and stuff, now resides in Queensland.
And father of Luffy, who's still driving and coaching and mentoring young drivers and doing a great job of it.
We still see Jeff Barnes around the traps,
helping
out Charlie Cox.
Still doing Elvis impersonations
he
to
does.
this day.
Dave Haddard, of course, Tino Leo in the Monaro, that was the Bob Jane car originally. John White in a Monza. Sean Donnelly.
I think we got lights out here, so we probably...
Yeah, it'll be a rolling start coming up. They will form up. And I was a bit perturbed at the start. I thought that they'd swapped the front row around, but we now see that Tomasi is on the pole position for this one.
I think that Tomasi car is a car that I remember. It was, I think a guy by the name of Stinson had that same car originally. I could be wrong, but
it is,
I remember
exactly.
The car.
Mark Stinson's original car, but I think about the only part original back in those days is the roof, that's what they
well,
tell
that
me.
tends to happen. It's like grandfather's axe, isn't it? They
Yeah.
continually, oh no, we're not going to start off.
No,
the
we're going
red
to
lights
single
out.
line restart rather than
okay.
than
Yep.
a traditional
Yes.
start. So it's Tomasi who leads the way, Brad Shirley in second. Jeff Taunton into third. I don't know what's happened there, where Steve Lacey has got to. Oh no, Lacey
That's
is there. We
Lacey.
just couldn't see him in the mist.
I
Now
think
Taunton.
Jeff's going to have a crack at him now. He's up the inside going into turn 2.
Well, these two cars have been swapped around from what they ran last year. So the green car was actually the red car originally. The red car was the green car. They just rewrapped them.
Don't confuse me. I'm confused.
And there's that mighty rotary turbo-powered Fiat.
Whoa, my God, there's a bit of aquaplaning going on there.
And yeah, he's had to get out of that.
I think she's maybe a little bit stiff for these conditions at the moment. I think probably a bit of a soften up in the suspension.
Ah,
will
he's
help.
got
There's
other
something
dramas.
wrong,
Something's
something
broken.
After I put the hex on them saying what a great engineering job Joe does on this car.
Yeah, that looks like it's broken something
It's
in the front
failed,
end or a
yeah.
puncture or something along those lines.
Yeah, no, something's certainly mechanical has happened there, the way the car was weaving around.
Matt Sim in the chassis BMW with the LS engine. He's just ahead of Chris Jackson in another of the Calibras. That car is originally, I think, his car as well.
That's a very nice little balanced car, that BMW, and he's driving it very nicely, especially in these conditions.
He raced at the Super TT meeting as part of the High-Tech Oil Series down at Winton last month and had a pretty successful run. He raced against Mark Tracy's similar BMW, the fire engine red car, and they were both well and truly ahead of everyone else in that field. But Ash Jarvis just in front of them. Now Ash was up to third yesterday. Unfortunately had the shift cut failure and some other electrical glimmer.
Got a safety car.
Yeah, and that's for the Brad Shields thing. So we're under safety car immediately. And as I'll continue with the Tracy issues, up to with the Jarvis issues, up to third in that early race. Got past the two IRC cars, but then couldn't hold them out as his gear change issues cut in. And they don't know if they're fixed it. They tried till last night to try and sort that out, but so they were mainly just going to hang around to get some points before they go to the next round, which is part of the SRO series at Queensland Raceway in May, I believe.
The other hard task for these guys on a day like today, these cars are very hard to seal up in the cockpit and the driver's cockpit, so there's going to be water in there that turns into steam. It doesn't matter how much defog you put on the windows, they're still going to fog up. You're going to be very lucky if it doesn't.
They run a similar sort of screen as Supercars, not a glass one.
Heated.
But not glass.
Yeah, yeah.
Polycarbonate or whatever.
Polycarbonate,
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah, we did see a quick glimpse of the Mark Duggan Aston Martin, the former Bailey car. Unfortunately, he speared off in the first race here yesterday on the opening lap, and I think it caused a little bit of damage to the rear end of that car, and unfortunately had to retire it. There it is there, coming through with its VB livery. And Mark's been a big supporter of sports sedans at both national and state level, as well as having involvement in Touring Car Masters now. And there is the Audi with Cadell Ambrose at the wheel. That car had a high-speed lose during practice on Friday. They managed to make enough repairs to get it out for qualifying yesterday morning, where it came in about 7th from memory. And unfortunately, they were still waiting on rear wing replacement parts and couldn't take to the first race. So they've had to come from the back of this one. He's already picked off a couple, as you can see there.
I think I watched Cadell at a race meeting recently. I think it might have been at Phillip Island, but I thought it was a very impressive drive, and he's quite a young man. I think he came from memory, came out of Hyundai's, and he's doing a great job.
Yeah, well, this is only his second race meeting in this car. They raced at the Victorian State Championship for sports sedans, and unfortunately had a gearbox issue in one race and won the last race. So it has had a victory. So John Gourlay, the guy that preps and owns that car, is pretty astute.
Yeah, he's built some very good cars over the years, hasn't he?
And astute as far as driver selection goes as well,
yep.
because he did have Jordan Caruso in that car, and we've seen how good Jordan was in it, and formerly before that, Darren Hossack drove it for a long time. Jack Perkins has driven, not this car, this is the newer car. It's only just been completed at the end of last year, did a little bit of testing. This car's got the A6 front end on it as opposed to the previous car, which has the A4 front end on it. And they're similar in the rear end.
And what chassis do they use? Is that a chassis that they built themselves?
They were going to use Jeff Barnes's Pontiac on stage because they bought that car. But I think in the end he decided not to go that route. He still got that car as well. So maybe what came out of the old car into this car, well, then they might use that chassis for to rebuild the older car and get it out on track again.
So some of these cars these days, the Mustangs in particular, are pace chassis, aren't they? So they're
they're IRC.
The IRC.
Yeah, the leading two, they're IRC GT SS models. Nick Mantikos, who's not running this at the moment because he crashed out yesterday. That car is a Mark car, which runs a Coyote engine. These cars here run the LS engine. And Mick Rowell, who's the third car in that train of Mustang lookalikes, that car is also an IRC car.
Heavily modified. I think he's removed most of the IRC and turned it into a full-on sports sedan.
Yeah, and sports sedan rules allow you to do that if you wish to do it. But the thing with the two cars that are in front of him, the green car now qualifies as an entrant in IRC races as well as in sports car races because of the way it's been put together. Whereas the red car is
strictly a sports sedan.
Yeah, as is Mick Rowell's, and of course Denny Studdert, who's the.
I was talking before. I was talking to Rowley yesterday, and he just loves the fact that he can work on his car and change a few things and change the air intakes to get better airflow into his radiators, and the little tricks he's doing to improve his car. He's right into that, and he loves the fact that he can develop his car and continue to work on it. It's part of the enjoyment he gets from his racing is preparing his own car.
Yeah, well, he ran that car at the Combined Sedans Bathurst and was very competitive in it. And we remain under safety car at this point. Of course, Danny Studdert, who owns Innovation Race Cars, has developed newer versions, what they call the MGT, which is based on a Camaro body, runs the same sort of engine, and they're running an IRC series as part of the High Tech Oils Super Series, which Taunton won the first round of because he kept his nose pretty clean while everyone was jumping and hitting each other.
I'm sure for the people at home, all these different categories sort of get a bit confusing, but in the olden days, sports sedans were sports sedans, and that was it.
Yeah, when you had divisions back in those days too, you had your outright cars and your second division cars, which often at a state level they would run as a second division, and had some great races there. Most of them chassis cars in those days. Space racing cars were basically the national series. The Glen Pro Toyota Supra going through, followed by Doug Theo Camburis. And that car probably dates back quite a while. I'm not sure of the history of it. It's a VL Commodore left-hand drive of all things as well. And they're still picking up the Brad Shields Fiat, unfortunately. And safety car still shows the way. So hopefully with under 5.5 minutes to go, we do get back to racing. We're 4 laps in, and unfortunately, if it keeps going this way, it still counts for points, and we don't really get any racing done as a result.
No, it's not the greatest spectacle, is it? Watching cars go around behind a safety car while the recovery's underway.
Yeah, it's
unfortunate that we haven't come up with a more efficient way to collect low-slung race cars other than the tilt tray.
Yeah, well, you and I were talking about it before the race, weren't we? About some ideas that you may have for that. Let's hope they come to fruition.
Well, just something new needs to be done as a way of picking up these cars without further damaging them, getting them quickly onto a trailer or onto a flat tray. But at the moment, the time that it takes to get a tilt tray and tilt it up and then try and get these really low cars like sports sedans and GT cars onto a tilt tray is very, very difficult.
You might notice too that towards the back of the field there's a Mazda RX-8.
Yes, I noticed that.
Now that's been driven by Darren Sallard, and he's just getting his licence back up to spec because he's brought the Cameron Commodore to join the series at some stage once his licence is all up to spec. And what a better way to do it than go in the sports sedan race and just stay out of trouble and get a result.
So is the RX-8 that he's in, is that a sports sedan?
No, it's just a RX-8 Cup.
RX-8 Cup is
Cup car.
Cup car, yes.
Yep. Just on lease, I think, from Phil Alexander. Just lease it for the weekend so they get the laps in. Rear wheel. Did you see that? The rear wheel on the Fiat is not as it's supposed to be.
Oh, yeah. She's had a little suspension failure there, Joe. Better get back to the drawing board and have a bit of a redesign there by the look of that.
Well, you got the fuel problem sorted.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's been any contact. It looks like something's just broken.
So we've got 3 minutes to go. We might get a couple of laps in here under full race conditions. They head around through 6 laps, so maybe we might start at lap 7. Certainly the rain hasn't eased up at all. It's not been heavy, it's just been persistent, hasn't it?
This is one of the things that I find most frustrating as a competitor, as a person that loves the sport, seeing people spend their money to come and enter events and then just drive around behind a safety car. It's just so frustrating, and it's just such a waste of time for the spectators and for the competitors.
Probably even more frustrating if you're at a major meeting like a Bathurst meeting when you've got to go through
and you get the races cut.
Yeah,
you know, it's just very difficult because they're on time certain. They've got other bigger events on, so it's, at least here I think they've got the opportunity.
Safety car lights are out now, so we're going to go back to racing as we start lap 7.
So they'd be very busy trying to keep some heat in those big wet weather tyres that they're using. Do they all use the one brand? I think the Hankbooks.
Yep. Oh, some of them tested on Friday, or practice on Friday on Kumos.
So it's not a one-make tyre series. They've got a choice of tyres.
I'd have to double check that, but I'm pretty sure that practice is open to anything. So that's why. So we're racing again.
Tomasi's got a huge gap at the start.
He's bowled well.
Caught the others asleep.
Well, I think the gap looked bigger because we couldn't see the second car. Now Jarvis is on the back of Lacey as they go through turn 1. Taunton's well and truly ahead of Lacey, and now we can see Jarvis and Mick Rowell off wide out of turn 1, but tries to get it back on. He's letting a few of them go past. And he might have a drama of some sort as well, which is probably even more frustrating since you've been doing all your laps behind the safety car and all of a sudden you have a problem when it goes back to racing. Ambrose there on the back of Duggan. And there we have the newest car on the block, you might say. Although it's hard to tell if they're the newest car on the block because there's always development going on with the other cars, and they might not visually see what the changes are.
History shows that sports sedans never stay the same. They're always being changed, always being worked on. The speed of that little BMW and the exit speed out of that corner is doing a great job.
I dare say that he'd probably weigh a bit more than the Monaro.
Yeah, probably a bit more flexible chassis-wise, but a bit more compliant in the suspension.
Yeah, and gets its weight, it gets the power down on its rear wheels a lot better, and he's going to go move through on Jarvis.
Take nicer lines.
Yep. And his first national sports sedan race for the Albury resident. and he's now moved up into position 5. Well, make that position 4. Yeah.
Great effort. Still showing rail.
And checkered flag has been shown, so they only got one fast lap in. And Steve Tomasi makes it 2 from 2. Jeff Taunton will come across the line in 2nd. Steve Lacey is 3rd. And Matt Sim.
No.
Matt Sim's 4th. Alan Jarvis, Ashley Jarvis in 5th. Glenn Pro, Chris Jackson, Cadell Ambrose past Mark Duggan in the run to the checkered flag, so he picks up 8th ahead of Duggan, with Michael Robertson in 10th, Fao Camburis in 11th, and Nick Smith will finish behind Darren Sallard. And I think Mick Rowell is going to come home in 14th as the last of our finishers. Well, sorry we had to drag you all the way up here for Greg for what turned out to be much of the race behind the safety car. Unfortunately, the weather means we can't do a lot about that.
No, we can't change the weather, and it's been nice to watch the sports sedan race in here out of the rain.
Okay, thanks again. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with the next race shortly.
was a wet and wild race. Now I'm here with Tomazi, who came first. You started first and finished first. Your car has over 700 horsepower. How does that handle in the wet?
It's definitely unique. It doesn't give you any excuse to make a mistake. It definitely highlights or exaggerates every little issue you do. Yeah, obviously we didn't get too much racing then with the safety cars, but it's just an accomplishment just to keep these things on the track sometimes. But yeah, we're happy with the grip. Feel like I got some sort of gaps from some of the guys. Unlucky with the Fiat. I'm not too sure what happened with him. But look, happy to be racing, and not sure about the weather conditions in the next one. But yeah, hopefully we do all right there too.
And do you set up the car yourself, or have you got crew members that do all that?
Look, we've got Barry, Rob, and my father Daniel. We just work on the car. It's a home-built race car. Nothing built like a few of the mark cars are a bit more professionally built, but these are shed-built race cars and very raw. And now we do all the setup ourselves. It's been 20 years of setup and development to get to this point. People think it's quite easy to jump on and get onto the pace, but it's taken us a long time to get to the pointy end like this, and now we're happy. Keep plugging away.
And what's the goal for? Well, I guess the goal for the next race is to be first. There's no reverse grids or anything. How does the head go into the next race?
Look, it's sports sedans. Anything can happen. Electrical issues to absolutely anything. So we're just happy to have a solid race weekend. As I mentioned last time, our first round last year wasn't that great. We got a bit unlucky with an electrical fire and an off. So if we get all race one wins and second win and third win, it would be great, but you never know.
Clean sweep for the weekend. Well, thank you so much. It's great to know a little bit about your car and a little bit about your racing, so thank you so much.
Thank you. Cheers.
All right. I'm here with the very tall Jeff Taunton.
Come on.
So that race was absolutely wild. We saw Tomazi coming through, and then there was just spray everywhere, and then we could just see you. What was that like?
Couldn't see a thing. I can honestly say I couldn't see a thing. We could go. The car was in these wets, mate, no problem at all. We can go. I can match it with him, but I physically couldn't see him in front of me. I couldn't see a thing. So I reached as much as I could and got a couple of holes and got the head right up over there, and it was just too dangerous. Yeah. I just had to back off and follow. And then when the checkered flag came out, I went, oh, good, oh, good.
And how are you going into the next race? So obviously all eyes forward towards Tomazi. What's going to be the strategy?
Yes, well, because we've done the swapsy, Steve and I, yeah, I've got to chase now Steve as well, but we're getting the data from both cars. So don't get me wrong, we're going to find another 100 horsepower and 100 kilo less in the car, which is going to be really hard. But it's not what we want to achieve. We want to achieve a lot more than that, cornering, braking, everything, the whole package. So we're very happy where we're going, but yeah, we've got a long way to go. It'll take us ages to catch.
Well, the Mark cars, they are a brilliant car. They're very well set up.
The IRC car, run by Mark cars.
Apologies for that.
But yeah, they're a great package. We've got our own series now, the IC series car, which is not these are the sports sedan variant of them. But they're going good. They're a brilliant car. They're just brilliant.
Very fun in the wet.
And very fun in the wet.
Cool. Thank you so much for that, Torton. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Gary. Back to you.
Battery World Aussie racing cars out on track for race 4 to complete the opening round of the 2025 series, and the grid will be as per the points gathered so far. So I'll get that right in a sec. Cody Garland will start off pole with Joel Heinrich alongside of him. Then it'll be Mason Harvey, Scott Dornan, Jack Boyd, Brett Osborne, Scott O'Keefe. It will be in car 14, the next car on the grid. That's Matt Gooding, ahead of Nathan Williams, Jeff Waters, Grant Thompson, Kyle Lovering. Then it's Mercer McKay, Reynolds, Mann, Asher Johnston, followed by Nissen, Jones, Craig Thompson, Macon, Hamilton, Butler, McKegney, Patterson, Anderson, Madden at the back. Scheduled for 25 minutes as per the event program, and we've got one off coming out of turn 7. It's one of the Thompson cars who will now have to resume at the back, and just trying to see who that is. And unfortunately I can't quite make that one out, but yeah, one of the 250 Western Sydney Motorsport cars. Unfortunately, we had an abbreviated sports sedan race leading into this. And now the cars are moving down onto the grid. Bit of angst and controversy between Garland and Heinrich in race 2 yesterday afternoon. And they form up on the front row with Harvey and Dornan on the second row, Boyd and Osborne on the third row, O'Keefe and Cornish on the fourth row. Final cars coming into formation. And one of them decides that they were in the wrong spot, so has moved. Oh, they've moved a couple of them at the back now. Right, we're all set, just waiting for the green flag at the back. Green flag has been waved. Board comes out to indicate the start, and now we've got a delayed start. Rather than a delayed start, they've decided to start this one under the safety car. So they'll come around to form up. Well, they won't form up, they'll just continue around the track, and then the next time past they will be racing. So we get to see them slowly make another trip around the track. Yesterday's opening race was won by Heinrich ahead of Garland, Harvey. Reece Chapman finished in 4th. Jack Boyd is in 5th position. Dornan 6th. Mackay in 7th. Mercer in 8th. Osborne 9th. And Cornish rounded out the top 10. And then in the second race yesterday, it was Garland who was given the win after he and Harvey finished behind Heinrich, but Heinrich was docked 5 seconds as a penalty and relegated to 3rd. Dornan was fourth, just in front of Boyd and Reynolds. Williams, O'Keefe, Osborne and Craig Thompson completed the finishes. Cornish and Asher Johnston just outside the 10. Connick in 13th. And Waters, Gooding and Mann, followed by Lovering, the winner of both the rookie class races held so far. So this is chewed a bit out of the race time. It's down to around about 6.5 minutes has elapsed, and about just over 17 minutes should be the time we have left of this race. So it's Garland who'll show the way as they come around. He controls the start of this from Heinrich. And it's a single file start as opposed to their normal dual lineup, because it is a start of the race under safety car. And we're waiting for the green flag, and green flag is shown. And several fan out, with Boyd leading the group that fanned out across the track to the inside, as Garland leads from Heinrich, and Boyd actually got himself up to fourth briefly, but now slips back behind Mason and Osborne. There was another one up there as well that got in between them. So they all get through turn one, and now down through turn two. Everyone remains on track. They head up over the tunnel, the midfield, looking for room on the track. One of the ones trying to pick up some positions there was Cody McKay. He has passed a couple of them there. Meanwhile, it's Heinrich who's got the lead off Garland. We didn't see that. Harvey in third, Dornan fourth. Osborne, Boyd, Cornish, Reynolds, Williams and O'Keefe round out the 10. McKay, Lovering, Waters, Mercer, Butler. Johnston back to 16th. Lost a few positions off the start. On vision at the moment is car 17. That's Dennis Butler picking up some spots as well. DNF from yesterday's second race. The start of this one would have been determined off combined points from races 1 and 2. Josh Anderson, another one coming from the rear and starting to pick up some spots. Both races yesterday, his car stopped at turn 6. Heinrich leads, 2.7 seconds to the good of Garland. Dornan in third, then it's Harvey, Boyd and Reynolds both getting past Osborne. Williams in 8th, Cornish 9th, Mackay in 2nd. We've just got a replay coming up of Brett Osborne having a big moment coming out of turn 11. But doesn't spin and manages to get back underway, and Dornan off before turn 2. So he loses some spots, and that's moved Boyd to 4th, Reynolds to 5th, Williams 6th, Osborne, Dornan resumes, and he'll probably lose a couple more places as well. Only caught the tail end of that one. And further movement back in the field. Someone else has dropped down the order. Looks like Grant Thompson lost a couple of spots there. We didn't see why. the midfield is dicing fairly heavily as Heinrich continues to lead the way. So on points at the moment, Heinrich and Garland are equal, 191, should they finish in that order. Boyd could pick up third. He's on 188, but he's in fourth position. Harvey on 187, just in front of him. Actually, Nathan Williams is on 190, so he might be third. Lap 3 completed, and it's Heinrich from Garland. That leads gone out to 4.8, and there's a big gap. Reece Chapman has just come from nowhere to be in third spot. Missed him coming up the order, and he leads. He's now ahead of Harvey and Boyd, Reynolds, Williams, Osborne, Dawn, and Anderson to 10th. There's been a lot of changes in just a couple of laps. Focus we've seen has been on the positions outside the top 10. And just on track there's Caleb Patterson, who's been outstanding in the rookie class. Unfortunately had 2 DNFs, which didn't help. Mechanical issues, which has been unfortunate. And one off track, just trying to determine where he's pulled off after out of turn 4 on the left-hand side. I'm trying to see who that is. We only just got the top half of the car in our vision. In the meantime, we're still seeing these cars in the second half of the field. Butler in 10th. Jumping back up the front, there's car 95. 195, that's Nissan coming through. So there might have been an issue with Chapman and the timing of the first couple of races, because he's snuck up out of nowhere to be third. Boyd in 4th. Reynolds the next one through, followed by Williams. On vision at the moment is Dornan, who's just managed to displace Waters for 21st. Unfortunately, Dornan had that early spin or lose. We didn't see what caused that. Waters in the pits, O'Keefe already gone to the pits. And Heinrich continues to build a lead, even though Garland has the fastest first sector. And he's under all sorts. No, that's... Getting vision there of Nissan battling with Cornish. And that's for 10th and 11th. Heinrich continues to lead, and that lead just keeps escalating out to 8.4 seconds. There's been a change of position between cars 69 and 17. Battle that's going on outside the top 10. Cornish in 12th. McKay and further back behind them is Johnston, who's currently running in 14th position. And he's a fairly healthy margin over Mercer, Lovering, Patterson. We're having a couple of timing issues as well, as cars jumping all over the spot. And if you're looking at live timing, you'll see that it looks like Chapman's dropped down the order, but I think that's the timing that's causing the issue. It has been, because he keeps jumping back up after one of the timing sectors is not picking him up. Looking at Grant Thompson coming through, damage on the front of his car. So I wonder if he was him that went off on the outlap. And he's following Patterson at the moment. They're currently sitting in 19th, 20th positions. And yeah, that front clip on the Thompson car's not sitting quite right. And actually, they're showing Patterson as now in 20th. Now they've dropped him down again, so this is hard to follow at the moment because of the timing issues. Obviously brought along by the wet weather. It's still very wet on track. And Chapman jumps back up the third position. Unfortunately, we're not following the leaders at this stage, so Dornan is in 5th. He trails Boyd. So he moves back up into the top 5. Followed by Reynolds, Williams. Osborne still in at 10. Anderson's moved to 9th. He had 2 DNFs yesterday, both at turn 6. That started this one from the rear and has worked his way up to 9th. He leads the 195 of Nissan. Butler just outside the 10 in number 17. McKay in 69. Then it's Cornish in 87. And we've still got 6 minutes of this remaining. Try and determine where the gaps are. Heinrich and Garland, even though they're 11 seconds apart, are 20 seconds up the road. And we've had Dornan spin again, this time out of turn 5. So he'll get to resume well down the order. Won't really know until we get to the next timing sector or just outside turn 8. But Heinrich has revelled in these conditions, so we've just got a replay of Dornan going off out of turn 5. Spun, not sure if he actually hit the tyres on the inside of the circuit, but he certainly headed in that direction at a very rapid rate. On track at the moment, it's Brett Osborne with Josh Anderson just in behind him, and Anderson slips through at turn 11, or tries to. Does look like he has got the job done and takes that position away. Although they're side by side as they come down the straight. And Osborne's actually got the spot back. Looks like he may have lost it, but there might have been a little bit more traction on the outside of the circuit rather than 2 or 3 car lengths on the inside. Car widths, I should say. But now Anderson will have another shot at him at turn 2, and this time it appears that he's got the job done. And the thing is that Anderson stays fairly tight on the exit to make sure that there's no under and over, or over and under passing manoeuvre. Osborne also racing in HQs this weekend, won the first race and finished about 5th in the second. More battles going on with McKay and Asher Johnston. McKay leading Johnston as they come over the tunnel down to turn 4. Currently, they're running, I think, 12th and 13th, and Johnson makes a move on the inside to turn 5. Gets the job done. Almost gets the job done because McKay's come back on the outside with a better run and gets that spot back. So come down to turn 6. A little bit of a wobble from McKay in that coming into the braking area there. The front stepped out on him. He got it back, holds that position. And they come into sight for us. And sideways from McKay out of 7 still. And then runs wide in turn 8, but that'd be smart with the drier part of the track, or supposedly drier part of the track. And now Johnston has to do it all again as they come around towards the completion of lap 9. Currently 12th and 13th on track. And now Johnston tries an inside run out of turn 11. Slides the car up behind McKay down the straight. Can he get a slipstream and pull out as they come down to breast the start finish line? It does pull out at the last minute. Now can he get the job done into turn 1? Can't. No, he's still a car length behind. Maybe he's set up for a move at turn 2. Coming down to just 2 minutes of this race remaining. And now Johnson tries to go inside McKay out of turn 2. Just not quite close enough to do it. Runs high out of 3 for the drier line and gets a great run out of that corner. That'll put him down side by side. And he should get into 4th corner in front. And he does it. So it was all orchestrated by a wide line out of 3, got him a better run across the tunnel. It was helped a little bit with McKay got slightly sideways at the same time, and he managed to get that position away. Meanwhile, up in front of him, Nathan Williams is coming out of turn 11. He's currently running 5th. Anderson appears to be making some progress and negating that gap between those two. Ahead of them, Heinrich still leads from Garland, Chapman and Boyd. And even though Heinrich and Garland are showing as 1st and 2nd, what I was looking at before was their speed down the straight, and they were both doing 191 mile an hour, or kilometres an hour, and on that last lap, Heinrich was 194. So he was the fastest, and he could have got a bit of a toe off a lap car, which would have been a reason, but they were all around 190, 191 kilometres an hour. And we should be just about on the last lap as time has just expired. And just trying to spot where our race leader is. And he's just coming through turn 1 as I speak. And the last lap board is out, so this will be it. Back in the pack, Patterson, the rookie. 17th on the road at the moment. Although the timing keeps changing because some cars are dropping on and off. And he's still just in front of Craig Thompson. And in the background behind them is Chris Mercer. Actually, Patterson has got himself to 2nd in amongst the rookies. It's Nissen who currently leads the rookie class. That's Hayden Nissen in the 195. And just watching through turn 8, the number 19 of Mercer displacing Thompson, but Thompson gets him back out of that corner in the run to turn 9. And not far behind them will be our race leader, Joel Heinrich. Here he comes through the final set of corners and down to greet the checkered flag for the final time this weekend. And we'll take out round 1 as well as the 4th race. Pulls over to the inside. Joel Heinrich has been a huge winner of this race, 15.1 seconds at the last count ahead of his nearest rival. Second place will go to Cody Garland. Who gets to the line right now to take out second place, and we've got a fair weight on our hands to see where the third place car, about half a minute back. We're expecting to see Reece Chapman. And it should be, yes, he gets to the line now. So he was another 15 or 16 seconds behind. And if my calculations are right, I think Jack Boyd, who'll be the next one across the line, will actually finish third for the round. And he crosses the line. So next car will be a race to the checkered flag between Williams and Anderson. Williams is just going to hold on to take that spot. And we've got a replay of something happening down at turn 2. It's Patterson again. Runs a little bit wide, so while he's had speed, he just hasn't had reliability or a little bit of bad luck in that particular occasion. Dornan, despite 2 spins, has finished in 7th. Craig Thompson spins at turn 8 on the last lap. Brett Osborne finishes in 8th. Hayden Nissen in 9th as a leading rookie. And Dennis Butler will be rounding out our 10, with likely Asher Johnston to finish in 11th. And he does, ahead of Chris McKay. And actually, Ryan Reynolds has dropped down the order, hasn't come to the checkered flag as yet. So he was right up there, and obviously had some sort of drama in the closing stages and drops well down the field. So that's it for the Aussie racing cars for their first round at Sydney Motorsport Park. They're off to join the Supercars at Symmons Plains for their next round. And in the meantime, hopefully we can catch up with our place getters before the next race.
Now, I'm here with Joel. Joel, I see your name on top of the sheets all the time. Are you sick of losing yet?
Nah, you know, it's always the goal when you rock up the racetracks to be at the pointy end, and we work really hard to do it. So, you know, it's great to end up where we have for this weekend, and yeah, we'll keep pressing on.
Definitely. Now, your car looks like it's on rails out there on the racetrack, especially in the wet. What is the hot tip for racing in the rain?
I've learned a few from the go-karters, and Cody Brzezinski showed us a bit of a line last year, and I have raced here in the wet before, and there's probably a bit of a bonus there, and you know, you just got to be comfortable with the car. The guys did a mega job getting the car on rails, and it was just a dream to drive.
And now we're heading into the next race shortly. You were first, third, and then first. You're obviously going to go for a first again. How's it going to go off the starting line? What goes through the mind?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Obviously, we lost a race earlier today, so I think there's still a little bit up in the air if we're going to get another run or not. But you know, if we go again, and whether it's a safety car restart like we did sort of then, or straight off the line, just get off the line steady, get through the first corner, try and get a clear break, and you know, just eyes forward.
Well, I'm sure that trophy cabinet is very full at the moment.
Yes, yeah, it is.
Cool. Well, thank you so much, Joel.
No worries, thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Back to you.
They had to cut the roof off it and the back off it.
I know the police car's there.
Had the fire turned up as well.
There's her, the lady, the girl.
Female driver.
She's fast. I think she had fault.
No.
No, but this is a reverse grid race.
Yeah, I know. I'm talking about the car that started from P2 in that reverse grid.
Yeah, but
that's the one that got cleaned up.
Yeah, but the lady had fault yesterday. I don't know unless there's more than one lady.
I'm here with Cody now. You ran in second for pretty much the entire race, trying to catch up to Joel. How was that race for you?
It was pretty lonely, to be honest. I just sort of cruised around in second. We just sort of probably didn't quite read the weather properly. It's one of them things, you know, we were going to throw the sink at it in a wet setup and then kind of held back a bit. But yeah, it turns out it was pretty wet out there, so I just sort of did the best I could with what we had. But yeah, it looks like the other guys probably threw the sink at it with the setup. So all in all, good weekend for us to debut the first Triple Eight chassis, and yeah, great for all my sponsors to get second for the round. So we're pretty happy.
Always good. Now, if there is a second race today, are you going to do a few changes, or will you stick to what you've got?
Look, just depends on the weather, to be honest. If it continues to rain, then we'll definitely, there's a lot more we can do to the car to make it better in the wet, more drivable. So that's really just what we liked then. Just, yeah, no traction, no steer. So anyway, all in all, we did pretty well.
And are you one of the drivers that do a rain dance hoping for rain?
I'm easy either way. Yeah, just take it as it comes. Doesn't really bother me.
Cool. Well, thank you so much, and good luck if there's another race as well.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you.
Thank
That was Emily Duggan talking to Cody Garland, who actually debuted the 888 Race Engineering chassis, the first to be in Aussie racing cars, and obviously just missed the setup as far as wet conditions were concerned. Just to give you an idea, it's been very light rain, but it's been all day, hasn't stopped. So we've got Superkarts out for their second race now, and I think at this stage they will lose their last race, so they'll have 3 instead of their 4. So to get everything back on track has been pretty good. And already Laurie Fuchs, who won the earlier race, has gone to an immediate lead. But a fair bit going on behind him. The 91 of Stuart Robertson, who finished third. He spun out along with another, and there's a bit of a touch between the 51 and 19. 51 Staminis, and one of the other ones, the 19, there had a bit of a touch at Tony Moit, but both were able to continue. In actual fact, I think they're running 4th and 5th respectively, as Santos takes up second spot and Paul Battle in third. And getting in between them was Robertson, who recovered from his spin, so he's already up to 6th spot, and we've got a drama for one of them down at turn 2. He was a spinner there, as well as no, that was a different one. It wasn't him at all. I think that was Battle somewhere further on. I think maybe out of turn 5. Yeah. Turn 5, Paul Battle, who was actually up to 3rd. There was another one that spun down at turn 2, but I didn't catch the number of who that was. And that may have been, no, I'm not even going to try and guess. At the moment, we've got Fuchs leading the way. Santos should be in second. And then it's Stamini, Vickers, Moit, Dodge, Greg Tinsley, Trimmer, Robertson, Brian Tinsley, and 5 through. Battle out of the contest at this stage, so we're down to 11, and Fuchs is just driven away. He's up the road by about 7.5 seconds, as the 19, who's currently running in 5th, Moit, has been pressured. Been a change of position for 3rd. Vickers ahead of Stamini. Moit and Alan Dodge is the one that was putting pressure on him. As you can see, there's still a lot of spray coming off the track. Although Fuchs is not having any problems. In the number 8 Raider, his lead now 7.6 seconds. With Jock Santos in second in the BRM. And someone got a little bit loose. That was Robertson coming out of turn 7 as he managed to slip past Moit. He did it by going sideways. Effectively the way to do it. So Robertson's managed to work his way back up to 5th. And just seeing how far behind the next position up the road, about just under 4 seconds to Stamini, who's further up the road. And conditions must be getting a little bit better because Fuchs has done a 56 on that lap, and I think that's his fastest lap of the day. And I would assume at this stage that they're on wet tyres and already looking to try and keep them a little bit cooler, because they do tend to overheat when there's no moisture around or not enough moisture around. And we're just watching Stamini go through turn 2. Robertson leading the chasers. Ahead of Trimmer, Dodge, Moit back to 8, so he's dropped down a few positions. Trimmer just on screen moments ago in the number 36 cart. That's Alan Dodge in the 71. Coming through to turn 5. Points it up the hill to the back of Corporate Hill. And further back we've got Stamini now. Robertson has closed that gap. The gap between the pair of them is dropped down to 1.7 seconds. Well, it's basically nothing now, and he proceeds to go, or attempt to go around the outside, as we've seen someone had a lose there. 75 of Brian Tinsley's had a loop, so that'll push him further down the field. On board with Stamini now down a spot. He'll come out of turn 11. Oh, he actually got that spot back, but I thought he'd lost it, but he hadn't. So Vickers holds down 3rd spot, Stamini in 4th, and Robertson in 5th. And we can see Vickers over on the inside of the track, looking for the moisture. And then we've got this 3-0 with Stamini, Robertson, and Trimmer. Now Robertson goes around the outside of Stamini through turn 1 and has that spot, which will move him up to 4th on the road with 5 minutes of racing remaining. So we're 2/3 of the way through this race. Fuchs' lead is out to 18.9 seconds over Santos, with about 10.2 seconds back to Vickers in 3rd, and he is just in front. Well, he was. He's just in front of Robertson and Stamini. We're looking back here at the 75. Tinsley just in front of Lewington. Actually, I think that's the other way around now. So this is Vickers in the number 90. A Woodgate Evo Rotex Light, and right behind him is the 91 of Stuart Robertson in the Woodgate Evo Rotex Heavy, and attempting to get past down the straight. He looks like he had a bit more straight line speed, gets that spot, so that puts him up to 3rd. So at the moment we're looking at Fuchs, Santos and Robertson doing a repeat 1, 2, 3 out of the 2 races, although it hasn't been as easy this time round. I imagine a slightly heavier cart might be the go here to get power down over the wheels. A little bit better traction. So that's Trimmer in the 36. He's currently in 5th position. You can see the gear stick on the right hand side there next to the steering wheel. Down the gear as he went into turn 6. This one has a full front flaring and the rear wing. Up until recent times, it's been a 2-round national championship for Superkarts. It includes 125 gearbox, probably the most populated class. The fastest karts would be the 250 Internationals, the twin cylinder karts are slightly quicker than the 250 single cylinder national class. And then we drove down into stock Honda, Rotex Heavy, Rotex Light. That makes up the various classes within Superkarts. And the current pecking order has Fuchs 27.7 seconds ahead of Santos. Robertson in 3rd and actually going faster than Santos and only 2.7 seconds in arrears. Trimmer in 4th, Vickers 5th, Stamanini 6th, Dodge, Moyd, Tinsley, that's Greg Tinsley, Brian Tinsley, and 5 ahead of Newington. Unfortunately, Saddle was a retiree earlier in the race. So we could be down to the start of the last lap. The front running car has just crossed the start finish line, which would it's for the finish. So that was the end of that race. So he's won, he was 30.9 seconds ahead at turn 8. So we're still waiting for Jock Santos to come across the line in 2nd. He comes out of the top corner now. And it's been a big win for Fuchs as Santos comes down to take 2nd place. 32.24 seconds adrift. Robertson will be 3rd. And Trimmer comes across the line in 4th position. Vickers in 5th, Stamanini should be in 6th position, and Dodge, Moyd and the Tinsleys will be the next one through. So that concludes race 2 for the New South Wales Superkarts. And we'll take a break. Unfortunately, dramas for Robertson after the checkered flag. Well, that's fortunate in a way. At least he's managed to get to the line. And I see Vickers has pulled up. No, Stamanini's pulled up maybe to give him a lift back. I don't know if the two of them can get on one cart. They're just having a quick chat. All friendly. So coming up with our revised schedule is the Toyota Gazoo Racing Australia Scholarship Series 3rd and final race, followed by HQ Holden Sports Sedan and Sports Sedans. With the end of the day, the third and final race for Superkarts. Until then, we'll take a break.
Gazoo Racing. Search made untamed. Toyota.
Cars on track for the third and final race of round 2 of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Australia 86 Scholarship Series. So far we've had 2 different winners. We had Charlie Parker win the first race ahead. Charlie Parker finished first race ahead of Jordan Freestone and Alice Buckley. Buckley came through to win the second ahead of Romeo Nasser and Liam Burgess, with Jack Schuster in fourth spot. So this time they've lined up with Buckley, well, as per the finish of race 2, so it's Buckley on pole from Nasser second, Burgess third, Schuster in fourth, then Imbrogno, Parker, Wickham, Rinaldi, Lutlu, Walton in 10th, Capio Bianco in 11th, Davey in 12th, McAvee in 13th, Hay Bartlett in 14th, Hayne in 15th, Casabine in 16th, then it's Miller, Cedars, Holiday, Dempleweek, Dan, Siderlin, Roberts, Cheney, Caraviello, Shilan, Maluso, Murphy, Caddick, Vanderpool, Collegia, Kate Longmore, way back after an off in that earlier race. Sands, Freestone, Hennick, Zoling, Heffron, Lane, Thornton and Ionella at the back after being stuck in the turn 1 sand trap and losing a lap or so. 41 cars have started the event and there's still 41 running, albeit some of them have had to have some repairs made over the course of the weekend. The Demplewick car copped damage yesterday and was repaired overnight, and there was one other that had dramas too. It just escapes me who that was. Tyler Collegia, of course, had a crash on Friday and they managed to get that car sorted for qualifying and the race. So a fair bit of damage to both, but able to get them all back. So we've had this persistent light rain, although I think it's actually stopped at the moment. There's still a bit of moisture on the track. So it'll be interesting to see who opted for a wet setup as opposed to dry. They tend to soften the cars off when it's wet. Choose a softer shock or a shock setting. So we won't be far off. This is a 20-minute scheduled race, which has already had 4.5 minutes elapse. That's getting from the pre-grid. So the red lights will illuminate momentarily. They're on now. They'll go out and will be underway. Buckley from pole with Nasser alongside already. Some of them fanning out behind trying to make up ground, but it looks like Buckley and Nasser are going to run side by side through turn 1. And looks like it's Burgess in third spot. Nasser trying to go around the outside or stick with him. There's a little bit of a touch between the pair as they went down to turn 2, and a little bit more of a touch going for turn 1. It's caused Buckley just to run briefly wide. They'll come out, she'll still be ahead. And then we've got moving up on the inside, and Nasser's gone around, and that, it's got a clip in the back, and there's been a big crash behind them. Several cars gone around. Davey just spun off to avoid it, which was pretty wise. Quite a few cars. One of them got right up on the side, torn the tail out of the 17, which is in Brogdeo, and lots of damage on the 9 as well. That's Ben Halliday, and we've gone safety car immediately. So it was Nasser originally that got out of shape and then got a clip on the back from someone who managed to get past, but the next car in the queue And we'll get to see exactly what happened here. 18 is wearing some damage. That's young Sedans. The 10's got damage. That's Ruben Dane. So both of those out of the Sedans racing team. So they got some work ahead of them with 2 of their 4 cars with damage. They also look after the series leader. Here we go, out of turn 2. So just got a little bit sideways on the wet conditions, goes through, and it was the 63, I think, that caught up mostly. Went up in the 2 wheels, and there is Tyler Cheney's car. That's considerably damaged. We're seeing that Ashton Sedans is able to make his way around with Ruben Dan, his teammate, just up the road in front of him. Probably need another look at that to see who else got caught damage. There was quite a few caught up in it. I think there was side-by-side action going on behind them, which didn't leave them a lot of room. And I think that was between Jurgis and Shuskov. Wow, well, did get some air out of that car. That might have been Hugh Zolling. Also out of the Sedans racing team, so looked a bit like the 65 from a distance. So there's a bit of a clean-up happening. So out of that, cars that haven't appeared, Wickham and Imbrogno have gone to the pits. Those that haven't got around are Walton, Dan, Cedars and Halliday, Nasser, Lutlu and Cheney. Well, we've seen some of those cars have copped damage. The 999 of Lutlu's parked off to the side. And we can see one on the right-hand side parked off track as well. I think that's Cheney over there, behind where those officials are walking down the track. And they've called this race now. It's been red flagged. So they'll all now make their way back into pit lane and line up while officials clear the track. Seems pointless to have them going around while trying to clean up the track. Very much thanks our officials and volunteers. If you want to become a motorsport official, please visit motorsport.org.au/officials. You cannot get any closer to the car racing than being an official at a motor race meeting. And as many of these great volunteers will testify just how close and what an experience it is. You get to enjoy a camaraderie you see very rarely anywhere else, and there's always a great catch up after the meeting, talk about your day and what's happened on track. Particularly if you love motorsport, nothing better than being an official. And we thank those that have had to brave the conditions today, because it hasn't been ideal. It was warm, muggy and sunny yesterday, and we've got wet, muggy and not sunny today. Well, while I clean up this track, we'll take a break and we'll be back when racing gets underway.
Gazoo Racing. Search made untamed. Toyota.
First of all, I'd just like to thank everybody, again, as I did at the start, on behalf of myself, TFH and Brett Thomas, for what's been, I think, a really good weekend. It's a shame that we had that incident that we had in race 3. But all seems well with Emma. For everything else, I think you've had a great weekend. Me personally, I'd just like to thank everybody for making me feel welcome. I haven't probably spent as much time with everybody as I'd like to, but for everybody that I have engaged with, talked to, everyone's been great. It's been really positive, so thank you. I've had a good weekend, all right, and I hope everyone else has too. All right, on with the presentation. Yep. So we'll do the rookie first. So the rookie of the weekend is Hayden Nissen. Thanks, brother. Well done. No, you can say something. Go for it.
I'd just like to thank everyone from TFH, Aussie Race Cars, Brad, everyone for the great racing. I'm super stoked to win this on my first weekend of door-to-door or car race. So thanks to my family, Chris for all his help, the sponsors that have helped me get here, and everyone for the great weekend. So thank you.
Thanks, Hayden. You what?
The Gold Cup is Scott Dornan.
Okay. Next up, we've got the Gold Cup, and that goes to Scott Dornan.
Thanks very much. Obviously, great weekend. Couldn't do it without the guys over here, Joel, Bruce, Scott, where is he, Sean, all the team. It was great and gave me a great car to finish on in the last race there in the wet. It was crazy, but had a ball. Thank you.
All right, for the weekend, third place, Jack Boyd.
This is a pretty big one. This was a huge effort to even get here this weekend, so to end up on the podium is awesome. Awesome to have Ben from Inverall Ford here. The cars look great. This is a pretty big thing to run 2 cars. Yesterday was huge. We were pretty close. We were there or thereabouts, and it seems today we were just there to pick up the pieces. So, thanks to my guys, Dad, Dean. You guys are awesome. Chriso, Crailsy, Asher, everything. You guys are awesome, and I hope this is a really good year ahead. Thanks, guys.
It's yours too, bud.
Stay up here or?
Hey? Stay up here. Okay. Second place for the weekend, Cody Garland.
Probably first of all, just a massive thanks to my team. Obviously, we debuted the first Triple Eight chassis this weekend, and it was awesome to get a good result like this. A lot of work went into it. Me and Dad spent a hell of a lot of time in the shed on that. So just to pay all them back was awesome. Thoughts with Emma as well. That was pretty scary to see that this morning, but it's good to see that she's recovering. So that's great. Big shout out to my sponsors for coming on board again this year. Can't wait to continue the year on, and congrats to Joel on the win.
Don't drop that. Okay, first for the weekend, Joel Heinrich.
Yeah, welcome to Darren. Cool to have him around, and good to have TFH on board for the year, obviously forever and whatever their plans are with the series. I'm excited to see where they take it. Huge shout out to Scotty from Action Line Marking, Brett and Ray from Osmond's Transport, Trevor, CR International, Ash and the boys from Check It Out Graphics, Scotty, Jamo, my old man, you know, they work tirelessly, and Shane and Kel as well. You know, without them it wouldn't happen. And pretty cool to see Jack on the podium there, and well done to Cody. You know, big hard first weekend, and enjoyed it, and let's go on and fight again in the next one.
All right. Well, that's pretty much it for the weekend. Once again, thanks everybody for coming along and participating. I'm really looking forward to the rest of the season. I've always been happy about and excited about the category, so I think it's going to be a good year going forward. Thank you again. See you at the next round.
Good morning, everyone, or afternoon, you might as well say. Sydney Motorsport Park, it's fantastic. It's stopped raining, and the HQ Holden's about ready to come out. My name's David Amor, and right beside me, I've got that guy.
Wayne Healy, yes, that's me. Exciting 17 cars ready to come out. Luke Harrison on the front row of Jared Harbour, followed by Dave Proglio, Johnny Baxter. And very unusual that Brett Osborne will be starting in 5th position, but it's going to be a great race ahead if it keeps dry. Keep your eye on the front 6 guys, because it's going to be hell for leather coming into that last race.
Certainly will. So what happened in this morning's race? It was pouring rain. Some guys put on wets, which means they got more tread. We all run the same Kenda tyre. Some guys still ran with their 2.5 mil buff tyres. And it was 50-50, you might as well say. Harrison was on wets, Harbour was on the dries, and they were the 2 fastest cars there. And then through the field, we had wets and dries throughout. So it'll be interesting. Brett Osborne, can he come back, the number 1 guy? It's a fair way. Johnny Baxter, his love child, is right beside him in the 51 car. We'll have to keep an eye on him. Dave Poglio went right around the outside of Brett Osborne through turn 1.
He definitely had those. We had those tyres, those secretly matched tyres. You can hold it round the outside, and that's what he did.
Yeah, he done absolutely brilliant. And then, of course, Poglio, fantastic. The 39 car, it's about time he gets himself right up near the front. Jared Harbour in the beautiful green car, you might say, you know,
Equity Views
Constructions.
The 202 Equity Views Construction HQ is immaculate, and his driving ability has been second to none. So he's been doing a great job, Jared Harbour. Luke Harrison held him out. Best mates, 1 and 2 in the last race. So let's see how they go as they roll out. Beautifully presented cars this weekend.
Yeah, fantastic. You know, we've got 17, so that's not too bad. We're hoping to stretch that up to around about 28, 30 cars, probably in about June. And then we've got the HQ Nationals, and we understand there's 55 cars throughout Australia coming here for the HQ Nationals at Eastern Creek.
Don't be surprised, Dave, if they get a little bit more than 55 cars.
Oh, okay. I'm always excited with my HQs, mate. You know that.
There's nothing better than watching a full grid of HQ racing, because HQ Racing's excitement all round, no matter whether you're in the front pack, the mid pack or the back pack, there's always something happening. And at value for money, HQ Racing is one of the best to watch, especially here on Blendline TV, live around Australia. And thank you to Osborne, and this race is obviously brought to you by Osborne Transport.
Yeah, it certainly is. Osborne Transport, thank you very, very much. I understand it's 13 years that they've been sponsoring New South Wales HQs. Absolutely fantastic. They sponsor a lot of cars, always when Brett Osborne's involved there, and it's absolutely fantastic. They put their money back into the sport, and we thank them for that. And it also helps us out. But Blendline TV, mate, what support they are. Unbelievable. Thank you guys and girls and the crew throughout here, because this weekend, mate, we've had everything. I got burnt to a crisp on Friday, all right, and then, you know, yesterday it was quite warm. I come here this morning, mate, and I got the overcoat, the jacket, the pull-ons. It was pouring rain, mate. We had something like 20 to 30 mil overnight and early this morning.
This is
for our first race.
This is typical Victorian weather, so you should be used to that.
I almost felt like I was at home.
Mind you, it looks like you get burnt in the movie, so a bit of sun comes out and you definitely need a hat.
Yeah, well, mate, they reckon me and ET, there's not much difference. So one of us has got a longer finger, but we'll have to work that out one day. But we've just got to do the warm-up lap. The track is still wet and greasy, but I'd say 15 of the cars are on dries. I noticed that Dave Allen has stayed on his wets, and I reckon there's another guy I saw there that hadn't changed his tyres either. So Luke Harrison has gone from his wets he had back onto the tyres that have only done qualifying in one race.
Yeah, the HQ, the 17,
they're mint.
The Sainty Mini Creek car looks absolutely great. He's driving great. He's in front, but Brett Osborne, number one car, had an absolute stellar of a season in 2024, and he's here to try and do the same in 2025, although very different starting from fifth. Glenn Deering, season campaigner, right behind him. Dave Allen, it's good to see him back on the track, starting in sixth spot.
Yeah, Glenn Deering, eye gutter. You need your gutters fixed. You want the rain to go in the tanks. Go see eye gutter. So it's absolutely fantastic. Equity Construction Group, that's the fluoro green car. That's the 202. Look how bright those lights are, mate. He'll be able to see where he's going, and Luke Harrison right beside him. He's off pole, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the black car there of 17, the Mini Creek.
Sydney Mini Creek,
yes.
Sydney Mini Creek car.
Harrison.
If you need any any of your concrete needs, Seven Hills, Sydney Mini Creek at Seven Hills for your concrete needs.
Absolutely fantastic. Right, start the grid up. It's pretty bang here this weekend with the flags and then the lights. So let's just keep an eye on it, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So HQ Holdens, here we go. Who's going to get the rip-roaring start into turn one? Harrison. Osborne, can he come from way back? Healy, let go of my arm. We're about to happen.
And racing. Great start, Harrison's.
Yep.
Looks like Jared Harbour bogged down. He's moved out to try and block Johnny Baxter, but Harrison's got a flying start.
Certainly
big start,
has.
big gap straight off the bat. Jared Harbour's maintained second spot, Johnny into third. Dave Proglio in the fourth has dropped a spot. Deering and Brett Osborne's also dropped a spot.
Yeah, right in there. Dave Allen, the 12 car, going deep there. We've got two sister cars, you might as well say. That's father and son. They're Ashton and Darren Parker. Beautiful looking green, greeny blue, bluey green,
and
teal.
The way to tell them apart is Darren's got the twin headlights and Ashton's got the single headlight.
Normally I thought Ashton was in front, but we'll have to wait and
well,
see.
that's normal.
Okay,
that is definitely normal.
Drive it like you stole it, son.
Definitely. Darren Parker's the only guy I know takes his helmet off and still got perfect hair. He drives the wheels off his car, though. He does definitely want to beat his son and vice versa. So it's great family rivalry, and that's the best thing about HQ Racing. It's a family racing sport.
Right, it certainly is. Osborne is trying to go down the inside of Glenn Deering there, and Dave Proglio have to wait and see how he comes through with the horsepower of the car. No, he stayed right in behind the I Got a Car. Look at Harrison there. A young man that just got married recently. Good to see his partner here as well this weekend. So, and apparently he's driving the father-in-law's car now, the Saintly car.
Saintly car, yeah. And he's doing a fantastic job. The kid can drive. He's done such wonderful things already in the sport in such a short time. 3-time second runner-up in the Nationals, which he's not happy about. But you know what? I'd give my arm and a leg to come second in a race.
Well, but you give your arm and leg just to finish a race.
Absolutely.
But, we won't talk about that because that takes too long.
And they're coming down the straight there. Has Brett Osborne got the power to get past Deering there?
Has he? I
don't
reckon
know.
he has.
He's starting. He's crawling all over. He's going to pull out. He's starting to pull out now. Will he get to? It's got to the side of him.
Yeah,
and he's made the move.
has.
He's done it. Well done. Big move. Oh, very close. Very close.
Whoa!
Oh no! Oh, look out! There's stuff on the track. People are going everywhere, so there's definitely stuff on the track. They've got to red flag this.
Holy dooly.
Bang.
I think there's a little bit of damage
definitely.
right there at the start.
Yeah.
But now that's Johnston. That's Johnston and McClay. There's something happening. There's definitely something on the track, ladies and gentlemen. There goes slip sliding. Yeah, McClay in the 47 car there. Beautiful looking car. You can see he's come out. They're all coming back through. Darren Parker's just knocked a bit of that foam off. But, oh my God.
Wow.
What was on the track?
I don't know, but
that's Johnny Baxter.
Johnny Baxter's doing a fantastic job getting out of the kitty litter, and he does so. I'll definitely say that the safety cars will be out.
There's Glenn Deering. Well, I don't know if the safety cars will come out.
No?
They're all going.
They are still all going, aren't they?
Yep. Well, Lockett a break there. That's Adam Leach there. That's the South Australian car that he just purchased. He's out there going around. There's Ashton Parker there on the inside of him. Good
I've
to
never
see.
seen so many cars come off in one section in one time. So there's obviously something amiss there.
Yeah, it certainly was. Like the camera showed, it looked like Brett Osborne just starting to go sideways, and then we changed the angle of the camera. So
and then we've seen that there
I'm
was
not
cars
sure what
going
happened.
off. There was Harbour that was off. Baxter was off. Then it was just a gaggle of cars just following suit. But they're still racing. They are still racing, and there's plenty
Harrison,
of time.
Yeah, look, sorry to cut him up. You get used to it after a while. But Harrison got through there okay.
Absolutely.
He must have been right on that line of grip. There's Brett Osborne. You can see there on the TV, ladies and gentlemen, brought to you by Glenn Line. Good to see. He's got a lot to do. There's Glenn Deering, there's Dave Poglio. Then we've got Mark Baxter. Then we've got Johnston. Then we've got...
that's Ash Parker.
That's Ash. Single headlight.
Single headlight, yep.
And then we've got Brett Osborne.
Osborne.
Brett Osborne's gone back 5 positions.
Oh, yeah. And Jason Johnson will be going, how good's this? Mark Baxter will be saying, how good's car racing? How good HQ racing? Thank you very much.
Yep. Bit of foam all over the track there. That'll get blown off as HQ scream past it. Turn 2, the big hook coming out of there. Plenty of horsepower you need to get under there, but have a look.
We've got green flags there, so it's back in the racing conditions. I dare say to be...
So lucky.
Just keep an eye out for the flags on those corners. But Mark Baxter doing a great job holding off Ash Parker, or has he? Ash has dived down to the inside.
He's trying to.
On turn 4, coming into turn 5, he's going to try and hold the outside.
Yep.
Mark Baxter's got the inside, but no. Very well done, Ash Parker. And Brett Osborne takes advantage of that and might get 2 cars, not 1, but 2 cars. Just sitting back and waiting while those 2, and he goes bang. So thank you very much. I'll take those spots.
Yep, he certainly has. So, HQ Holdens, control class, has got the Kenda tyre, it's got the Pettis suspension, 3-speed gearbox. Now, just have a look at that, mate.
Wow. That's
they hit the grass, they go
Brett's
fast,
gone
don't
round.
they?
So you got the 2 Osborne cars round. Then you've got the Allen, you got both Skylick cars going round, both Parkers gone round. Dave Prog's got back into it. Deering was managed to get round. And then unfortunately you had a collision between Gordon and Peter Simpson.
Yep, we'll definitely have to replay that and have a bit more of a look at it, matey, because everyone was going everywhere. And the only guy that had a bit of luck and he took out that sign was Harbour. He went off, hit the sign, and still in 2nd position. Everyone else was just a jungle.
Yes, he held on that very well, as you can see. But look at the gaps. Now there's gaps everywhere, and that's just because of what's happened.
Yeah, it certainly is. We've got 19 minutes remaining. This is another long race. Harrison, Harbour. Then we've got Deering, Dave Poglio, Johnson, Brett Osborne in 6, so he's moved up a couple. Then we've got Parker, Baxter, we've got Adam Leach, then we've got another Parker there as well, that's Ash. And then 173 car there is Symes.
Simson,
sorry.
Yeah, Simson. Then Simpson.
And
Alan.
The
then we got
Triple A
McLeay.
car never started today.
No, McLeay. Then
They've
we got
been away.
Johnny Baxter and Jake Deering at the end, with Gowdery not taking the field as he's packed up and gone home.
Oh, mate, so what HQ Holdens do is, it's fantastic, we've got all the car numbers there and all the rest. We gather points for every race. John Baxter had plenty of points before this weekend, and then now he's had race 1 and race 3, where he's almost had to go to the back of the field and come back through again. Dave Poglio is picking up a lot of points. He needs to, but also Jared Harbour has also picked up a lot of points. You've got to remember Harrison wasn't at One Raceway, so Harrison is getting a heap of points, but he's still that full round down.
Yeah, and Harbour, it's also going to benefit Harbour because he had a DNF down at One Raceway with a gear linkage. So he's doing a great job holding second, and he's actually slowly bringing that gap down. It's down to 4 seconds. It was at 5 seconds. It's now down to 4 seconds with Deering 12 seconds. Right. A bit of drifting there by Ash Parker behind Johnson. He's doing the best to get all over him, but Brett Osborne's starting to clear away from those two. Mark Baxter just in the background there doing his best to hang on.
Yeah, Baxter's Transport, all the buses. We've got Osborne's Transport, and they got a lot of buses and everything else like that. I'm sure Raymond's up on the roof walking backwards and forwards with the roof, punching his fist every time Brett gets past the car, wondering what was on the track at turn 1, because we are.
Yes.
There was definitely something there, mate.
Oh, well, you don't see 7, 8 cars come off for no reason. So obviously something was there, and I still can't see if there's a flag that shows any.
No, there's nothing
on the track. So the slippery conditions, just slippery conditions. But Brett Osborne in the last race finished 50. He had a brake issue. He was worried about his braking. He was struggling to pull the car up, and hence why he finished in 5th spot. He was hoping that it's now that problem's fixed, but he's got it all to do in front of him now because he's got a good 25 seconds to make up. But there's still 16 minutes left in this race. Plenty of racing to go. And there's HQ racing all over the track. You know, up the front. Again, the Harbour is now slightly bringing that lead down to 3.3 seconds, so he's edging in slowly. He's starting to roll Harrison in very slowly with plenty of time left. Patience is going to be the virtue there. Johnny Baxter around Peter Simpson. Having come through the back, and Pete, that car, it was immaculate, but I know he did get tagged there, so he won't be happy, but that's racing. Sometimes it's just out of your control when you see 7, 8 cars come off, and sometimes you're just the passenger, and you just got to pray and hope that no damage comes to you.
Yeah, true, mate, but we've got to thank the drivers and what they did. We didn't have a safety car. We had 7 or 8 cars come off.
Correct.
They were all able to move and manipulate and get themselves back on the track with no safety car. Fantastic. The officials gave us that little bit of time to get them up and going. But, mate, so lucky.
Yeah.
No yellow flags, no safety car once again, because we're racing HQ Holdens, and that's absolutely brilliant. David Amor here with that guy, Wayne Healy, telling you all about it, and we can see it on Blendline TV like you can. We have got some great camera work here, some great pictures, some great editing from the guys right next door to us.
The workload from Blendline TV is phenomenal. We're very lucky that we can bring you live racing all around Australia of HQ Racing. And here we go. Ash Parker's holding off Jason Johnson, who's doing a great job in a different car. It's not the car that he won the B-Grade Championship in. He's in a different car. He's developing this car, and he's very happy with the way things going. Ash Parker down is into his spare motor. Unfortunately, he blew his motor up on practice in the last practice session on Friday, so he's down in his spare motor. But here we go. The Sainty Sydney Mini Creek 17 Harrison is in front by a good 2.7 seconds. So that's, again, Harbour etching into that lead. He's getting closer and closer. Patience is going to be, like I said, the virtue there. He just pick his moments and keep doing everything. HQ Racing is all about being repetitive. All racing is about being repetitive, knowing your braking points, knowing where to accelerate out of. It's just doing the little things right every single time.
Yeah, you certainly are. Now the gap has closed up just over half a second, ladies and gentlemen. We've still got 13 and a half minutes to go. So Harbour Can he catch him? That's the first problem. Then he's got to try and pass him, right? I know they're mates and it's bumper to bumper and door handle to door handle, but I can tell you what, these guys will fight tooth and nail for every bit of real estate, and I'm sure that Harrison will be keeping an eye. Look at that, Harrison's just blown it out. He's got that 0.5 of a second back over the back strip there, so Harbour must have made a little bit of a mistake.
Definitely could have made a mistake there. And we got a bit of, oh, there we go. This is Gordon McClay, and that's Brett Simpson.
Yep,
Brett Simpson
there.
Gordon McClay, a little bit of damage on the front there from coming off and unfortunately tagging Peter Simpson. But he's still continuing. That's a good thing about HQ Racing, that they're a tough old car. They're one of the best old cars. They weren't made for racing, let's be honest, but geez, they put on a great show, don't they?
Yeah, well, we certainly do. Back in Tasmania, a round table in 1988 was the first race meeting for HQ Holdens. 4-door, 3-speed, 355, affordable excitement. Then from there in 1992, there was 683 cars racing throughout Australia. That included Tasmania. 683. We had flat track, we had Thunderdome. All right, so it's the biggest class of a one-make series in the history and in the world of cars that were made in Australia.
For a taxi.
Raced as a taxi, taxi, mum and dad's car. 13 different varieties of HQ Holdens. Panel van, 2-door, 4-door, Statesman, Ute, panel van, mate. You had the whole lot. Holden had 13 different ones. Then we had the Standard. Then we had the Jubilee, the Anniversary, and all that as well. So plenty of parts. Plenty of parts.
Plenty of parts. They're definitely hard to find now, though, mate. I'm telling you, that's.
If you don't drive, mate, we'll keep more parts for everyone else. I tell you, you seem to be hitting everything in the last couple of years. But mate,
mate,
you've got to learn sometime.
What are you talking about? I couldn't hit water if I fell out of a boat.
Well, that's how it is. The one-lap specialist. Now we've got the young. No, that's Darren. That's Ashton. That's Ashton. Sorry.
Single headlight.
All right, we've got Johnson right behind him.
Good battle there. Johnson a little bit sideways, going a little bit wide, but he's hanging on. Ashton Park's doing a great job, like I said, blowing his good motor up. He's a little bit upset about that because that was his rocket, and he has taken a pole position in one of the race meetings. So, kid can drive.
You see, the camera actually got that Kenda tyre chirping coming around that corner there. Absolutely brilliant blend line. As they come down the front straight, right here, right at turn one, ladies and gentlemen, 183 kilometres an hour in these HQ Holdens. Hang on,
and it's greasy out there. So Deering's holding off Dave Proglia. Deering defending, and that's his line he takes. It's a different line to Progs. Progs is doing the best he can to try and etch that little bit closer and get it, because that is for position of third and fourth.
Yep.
Deering holding on to third position at the moment. Dave Progs.
Less than half a second.
Less than half
a second between third and fourth. I reckon Poglio wants Deering. He wants his spot. And Deering, I know what he's like. He's just had his 60th. He's a young 60-year-old. Poglio has got his own business there in the automotive trade, MHA Automotive. So absolutely fantastic. But this will be interesting. Here comes, well, we call him Frog, Dave Poglio in the 39 car. New paint job, new car. Had heaps of problems with it at one raceway. We sold him a fair few stuff. We changed it. We set it up. And now he's got it somewhere very, very close in a matter of 5 races.
And that's what happens when you go to a new car, because he had a lot of bad luck, unfortunately, last year in 2024. And he's developing this new car, and he's developing it quite well. It's slowly coming along to where he wants it to be. As Deering goes very wide there because of the wet. It's still very greasy out there. You can't really tell. It doesn't really give you 100% of how greasy it is there, but let me tell you, these cars are slip sliding away, and the times reflect that. Normally they'd be doing a 158, 159, or 2-minute flat. These guys, they're doing 203s, 204, so it's still very greasy out there. And that's on. They're the front runners doing 203s, 203. Luke Harrison's got the fastest time of a 203.5. and then closest to that is a 2:04.1.
Here comes Poglio. Here comes Poglio down the front straight over the start-finish line. Yeah, the side draft. Now, talking about that, on Friday practice, we had Osborne and Baxter done exactly what Waters done, right, to Feeney with the V8 supercar. And it does work. The cars wiggled, moved around and everything. And John Baxter said, I could feel myself going slower because Brett just went straight past me. Have a look at this.
Trying to
and
go
it
around
does
the
work,
outside.
mate. It does work.
Well, he didn't have those match tyres suited. He didn't get around the outside there, but he's doing his best he can to try and get that spot back. Glenn Deering doing everything he can to get past Dave Proglio. And Glenn Deering in the eye gutter car doing a great job. Although blue and green should never be seen, as they say, but that colour just seems, that car seems to be flying.
It does, but it certainly stands out, and that's what you want with a race car. You want it to stand out so people can see it wherever it is. Oh, have a look at this. Johnny Baxter's just gone past Ashton Parker there.
No, that's not Ashton Parker. Johnny Baxter's gone.
Darren. I'll get it right one day, matey. We've got to paint the mirrors on it or something a little bit different. If I just say Parker, we'll be right, won't I? There's another Parker car. Johnson right behind him.
No, that was Dave Allen, I believe he went past, and Johnson's down the inside of Ash Parker. Single headlight, that's how you can tell.
Yeah,
big move there. Jason Johnson done very well. I think he's trying the crisscross, and he might have got the crisscross. Well done, young Ashton Parker. But can he hold it? Jason Johnson's got the outside running. Can he hold that line? No, definitely can't. Well done, Ashton Parker. Good move. Great.
Jeez, that was done well, wasn't it?
Great retaliation there in the old crisscross. Good racing between these two guys. Very sideways, Ashton. You can see him trying to correct it with the wheels, front wheels. Jason Johnson all over his tail. He's going to do his best. Will he make a move to the inside here? No, he holds his line. So it's going to come down to a drag race down the straight and see who can get into turn one first. Ash Parker very wide. Jason Johnson to the inside. He's going to push Ash out wide. So is he going to get a good run here? Ash definitely not going to get a good run. Very wide, side by side down the straight. Keep an eye on these two cars, guys. The side draft, he's got the momentum. Ash tucks in behind now, try and gets the draft from behind. Great racing between these guys.
Nice dry line through there, matey. You don't want to go either side of that dry line, I can tell you.
Oh, not after what we've seen before, no, definitely not.
Oh, a bit unbelievable, wasn't it? Absolutely. Through we go, turn one, now up to turn two.
Jason holds his line, doesn't defend, doesn't need to defend. Ashton right behind him, doing a great job, holding him. Jason Johnson holding Ash Parker off, but goes very wide. Ash tries to take advantage of the inside, but slides. Oh, nearly clipped his rear quarter there. He gathered it back in. Very well done.
Skies are sponsoring that.
Very close racing, definitely. Good close racing between the both of them.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's really good. There's some good sponsors all over these cars. Fantastic.
Well, yeah, a bit of drifting, Mr. Drifter.
Yes, mate, we are talking about you, Ash. So, in the 40s, so absolutely fantastic. It's good to see Mum's here. He's racing against his dad. His sister's here with a brand new young child as well. The other sister's here. It's all about family and excitement.
Absolutely. The Parkers are fantastic. Darren being our president for the New South Wales Racing as well done, doing an absolute fantastic job. But forget about that for a minute. Dave Proglio then skips away from Glenn Deering, gets in front of him and skips away from him just momentarily because I believe Deering's going to be doing his best to catch up. He's back on his tail. Again, it's going to come down to the drag race and the draft that HQs get down the straight. They're coming
just
up
under
against
five. Just under 5 minutes, mate. That should be 2 laps.
Coming up to lap traffic.
Yeah.
With lap traffic ahead. Brett Osborne's not that far away. He's pushing as hard as he can. Osborne's still holding in 5th spot, doing his best he can to catch up to these guys and take the last podium spot. But let's just reflect. 17 is way out in front.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. I can't see 202. 202 dropped back a little bit. But coming up into lap traffic, that's probably why. But
yeah,
Luke Harrison's just absolutely opened up a massive gap now. 8.4 seconds to Jared Harbour. The Equity Views 202. Dave Proglio, Deering very close. Osborne closing in. Jason Johnson doing a great job in 6th position. Ash Parker in 7. Darren Parker in 8th. Johnny Baxter Mark Baxter and Johnny Baxter in the rounding out the top 10 with 3.5 minutes, just over 3 minutes to go.
All right, now just looking at that, mate, Brett Osborne has done the fastest sector times in that last lap. He's now done a 2:02.57. Harrison a 2:02.68. But Harrison, that was 3 laps ago. So Brett Osborne has found a bit of pace. He's done a very, very quick lap in that last lap. And of course, look at that, the sector times there. Now all of a sudden, Luke Harrison, the quickest now in sector 2 in this lap.
Definitely only a couple of laps to go, I dare say. Very wide there. He might lose a bit of pace coming off there.
What happened to Poglio? What
Pog's
went
right
wrong?
Now, yeah, mate, well, obviously we didn't see that. So Deering's got the position back, I dare say, coming into turn 1 or 2.
Yep, Poglio.
But these
mistake.
two have been going at it, and there's only just under 3 minutes to go. So I dare say to be a handful of laps to go, 2 laps probably to go.
Certainly is. There we go. Last lap board.
Last lap board is out. There you go. Side by side, Dave Proglio. He's trying to get that draft. He's etching Deering out as wide as he can so he can get that run into the turn 1 and hold him off. But don't look too far back, boys, because Brett Osborne's not that far away. But it's last lap. I don't think he'll catch him. But side by side, Deering around the outside. Dave Proglio's going to defend. He's holding that line side by side into turn 2. Oh, look at this.
2 magnets there,
Two
weren't
magnets.
They pushed each other.
Oh, little love tap there.
Oh, did
and
they touch?
Proglio comes out worst off, and that brings Brett Osborne right back up to him. But has he got the time? Deering just skips away a touch. He was sideways, Proglio, into turn 2. Deering gives a little bit of breathing room for Deering. But let's have a look. Where's our leader? Our leader's coming under the bridge, coming to the horseshoe, but these two are absolutely flying, going hell for leather, side by side, left and right. Position change, right, back, forward, they're going everywhere.
Well, they
Great to see
certainly
these
are.
two.
Very, very, very close. Here we go.
Oh, bad run
Only got
Deering
four,
there.
yeah,
Prob's got a
4
very good run off that.
4 corners to go. What can Frog do? We have to wait and see what he's going for here. We're just looking for Harrison and Harbour. Harrison and Harbour, mate. Whereabouts are we?
Harrison coming into the straight to take the checkered flag. The Sainty Sydney Mini Creek 17 car of Luke Harrison coming down to take his second race win of the weekend. Here he comes, checkered flags out. Yeah. What a great drive, what a great weekend.
Oh, mate, he'd be absolutely ecstatic with that.
Ecstatic,
So,
definitely. Well done.
Flashing the lights. Certainly blew that gap
Oh, look at this
apart.
side by side. Deering's lost it. Oh, no. Coming onto the straight, Proglio's going to take 3rd spot. Jared Harbour takes 2nd spot, but Proglio's going to take 3rd spot. Can Deering hold off Osborne? Osborne's pushing hard. He's going to pull out. He pulls out. Will he get him? Side by side, checkered flag. Oh, has he got him?
Yes.
Yes, he did. Wow, well done.
He did. He did, mate.
Side by side racing.
By 200ths by the looks of it, if I'm trying to count with my right fingers and toes, 200ths of a second. Very, very close. We're looking like the front bumper of HQ Holden, around about 4 inches, ladies and gentlemen, 105 mil. That's what he beat him by over the start-finish line.
Jason Johnson holding off young Ashton Park. And here we go. We got Dave Allen and Adam Leach here fighting for minor positions down the back for 11th and 12th spot. That's the best part about HQ Racing. No matter where you look, they're racing. They don't know what position they're in. They're just racing, and they're racing hard. And for bragging rights, Dave Allen was right up there at the start, unfortunately coming off. Now Leachy, who's going to have the better run? Down to the checkered flag for the 11th spot. Leachy, Dave Allen, Leachy, Dave Allen, Leachy. It's going to be Dave Allen. Well done.
Yeah, certainly is fantastic to see racing within racing, and that's what HQ's saying all about.
Here we go. Oh, look at that. That's just sliding. That was Darren Parker.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now, he did have a team meeting this morning, didn't
Oh,
he?
look
He
at
asked
this.
us all
Mr.
to,
Drifter putting on a show.
Be careful.
Mate, you've got to keep it on the black stuff.
Yeah.
Leave the grass
jeez.
cutting for the maintenance people, guys. But great racing all round, and once again,
Osborne Transport, thank you very, very much. Thank you to all the club sponsors.
Absolutely.
Right the way through, all the sponsors of the club, what the committee is doing and everything else like that. You like HQ Holdens, we've got 55 plus coming to the Nationals at Sydney Motorsport Park later on this year. And what's the date for that, Wayne?
it's the end of August, towards the end of August. I think it's the 28th of August weekend.
Yep.
So,
Beautiful.
Fantastic racing all around for the HQs. And don't forget, there's June, there's a meeting in June and there's a meeting in July. And if you want to go back and look at all the HQ racing, you can do that on Blendline TV. Go on their YouTube channel and you or look up Blendline TV on their website, and you can follow all HQ racing all around Australia whenever they're filming, which is a great thing to have. We're very lucky to have Blendline TV filming and racing for HQs
That's right.
all
Right,
around
from
Australia.
David and Wayne, thank you all very, very much. Have a safe trip home, everyone. And remember, we'll see you next time. Thank you very much.
Dave, the pleasure was all yours.
Anybody can drive over here, it's not restricted. It's not restricted, but it's not advisable given the 12-inch divots over there. One of our guys last time we were here got bogged and if you could see, some of you could see the divots and he's tried to turn.
Start now. Okay, thank you everyone. For race 4, round 2 at Sydney Motorsport Park, third place, Alice Buckley. And second place for race 4, Jordan Freestone. And first place for race 4, Charlie Parker. Congratulations, mate.
Thanks, mate. Well done, Charlie.
So we could have a clapping round of applause for the race 4 podium. They need another hat, don't they? Okay, hat swap guys first. No, it's yours.
Once again,
Burgess?
Like Burgess.
Keep forgetting how to say that kid's name.
Where's Alice's hat gone?
Her team got it, yeah. Okay, thank you guys. And for race 5, round 2 at Sydney Motorsport Park, third place, Liam Burgess. Congratulations, buddy. Second place is for Romeo Nasser. Oh, he's here, thank you. Congratulations, buddy. That's how I said your last name, mate. Yeah. And the race 4 race winner, Alice Buckley. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Can I have a round of applause for the race 5 podium? want to say thank you to everyone. It's been a great event. Unfortunately, race 6 isn't as we all wanted, but appreciate your time and patience, guys, over the course of the weekend. We'll see you all in Queensland. Thank you.
Third and final race at the opening round of the Advanced Car Carriers National Sports Sedan Series. Cars are out on track. Unfortunately, this morning's race over 5 laps, most of it behind a safety car after a problem with Brad Shill's Fiat, where it unfortunately had a drama with the rear suspension, and by the looks of it, it's back out. So we'll keep an eye on that. That's going to be good to watch coming through the field. The race was won by Steve Tomasi. That's his second win for the weekend in the Chev-powered Holden Calibra, backed by Domain Prestige Homes, and he won the race ahead of Mark Cars Australia's Jeff Taunton in the IRC GT-SS. Third place went to Steve Lacey in the second of the IRC GT-SS cars, backed by Rural Dairy Australia and the Leader Group. Matt Sims was fourth in the BMW chassis car with the LS engine under the bonnet. Ash Jarvis came home in fifth in the MR Automotive Holden Monaro Chev, ahead of Glenn Pro in his Forever Green Windows Toyota Supra Turbo. Chris Jackson, Phoenix Studio Windows Tinting Holden Calibra Chev, was in 7th position. Cadell Ambrose, who missed the first race on Saturday due to waiting on wing parts after the high speed off on Friday. He will start out in position 8 in the Auto Union Deutsche Audi A4 Chev. And they're ready for this rolling start. The other finishers were Michael Robinson, Theo Camburas, Darren Salyard, Nick Smith and Michael Rowell. As I said, Brad Shields was a DNF, but back in the field and already picking off a few spots as he comes through the field. In the meantime, Steve Tomasi takes the lead ahead of Taunton. See who's coming through in third. It's Sim up to third in the BMW. It's been a great effort from that chassis car. Jarvis gets ahead of Lacey to take fourth position. Pro and Duggan the next two through. And Ambrose already making up ground, while Brad Shield goes around the outside of Duggan, picking up another spot, and then will try and get past Pro into turn 4. Can't quite do it. Pro, in the meantime, right on the back of Lacey. And the three of them arguing almost over the same bit of real estate, come up the hill, and now we see Shield go up the inside of Pro and then takes over from Lacey, and that will mean he's up to position 5 from the back of the grid. It's been a big charge from the custodian of the Josette V124 rotary turbo. Pro around the outside of Lacey out of turn 8. Duggan and Ambrose lining up to do the same. Lacey manages to hold on in position, so he's had a less than ordinary start. Also in behind them is Chris Jackson in the second of the Calibras in the field. In the meantime, Tomasi goes through as the race leader, and already chasing some moisture on the track, so it suggests that they may have gone out on wet, some of these guys, and could be suffering as a recourse. And Lacey may be out on slicks and trying to get some warmth into those tyres. It's not cold, but the track won't be up to optimum temperature for sure. Pro loses out now to a couple of those runners. Pretty much expected the Turbo Subaru not as quick as some of those Chev-powered cars. So we did give them a great deal of hurry up on the opening lap, and now tries to go around the outside of Jackson to get the inside at 5. I don't think it's quite close enough to get it done. There's Steve Lacey in the red car that he wouldn't be as familiar with as what he had last year, because that car is now green and in the hands of Jeff Taunton, and unfortunately Brad Shields again to have problems in the Fiat. It's a bit of a shame. He just allowed those others to go past. It was a great charge to start with, but again, issues with the Fiat. car is fast and spectacular, but it has had some issues of reliability in recent times, all left behind them in the first race where it ran faultlessly to second, but again, issues have come back. Mark Duggan hasn't had the easiest of runs either in the Aston Martin, spinning out of turn 4 in Saturday's race, ended up causing some rear end damage and a DNF for him. And there's Ash Jarvis in the number 44 Monaro Chev. Car had gear change issues, a shift cut refused to work, and there were some other issues there with the electronics in that car. He was into third spot in the race 1, but had to concede 2 places to the IRC front runners in Taunton and Lacey to finish 5th. And of course the wet race earlier today, he finished 5th again behind Lacey and Sims, who finished 3rd and 4th. Taunton again 2nd behind, or it was 2nd in that race behind Tomasi. But Steve Tomasi leads, not by much, it's about 8/10 of a second. And just lost the lead to Taunton. Jeff Taunton has taken over the lead of the race from Stephen Tomasi. So he came through turn 8. And this car normally would have been in the red colours that we see Steve Lacey racing, and here's what happened there, the lead change. So Steve Tomasi just stayed out wide in the Domains Prestige Homes Calibra, and the Mark IRC car of Taunton slipped down the inside, and Jeff Taunton's taken over the lead. And fastest lap of the race as well. So it is fairly dry out there. And again, it might come down to who chose what tyre for this. 33 is a rapid time for this time of the day, given the weather we've had. So which suggests it's fairly dry. 31 in practice and qualifying as well. And Sim now under pressure from Lacey, and Lacey goes through to take that spot away. That moves him back up to 5th position. The order at the moment is Taunton, Tomasi, Ambrose 3rd, Jarvis 4th. Then it's Lacey, Sim, Duggan, Jackson, Pro, Nick Smith, who had that issue yesterday when it was all running so well with a sensor coming adrift in the turbo Nissan powered RX-7. He's in 10th. Then we've got position 11. We go back to the Nissan Skyline of Harwood. And he's followed by Camburis. Saliard is in position 13, the last of our runners. We've lost some. Mick Rowell hasn't taken the start. Nick Mantikos crashed yesterday. He just put a move on Rowell to take that position, but ultimately it didn't do him any good as he came out of turn 11, speared across the road and crashed into the wall. Just seeing Nick Smith trying to put a move on Glenn Pro. These are two very different from our normal Chev powered cars, and unfortunately off the track is Steve Tomasi after such a good start to the weekend with 2 first positions. Is now out of this one, so that may leave Jeff Taunton as the overall winner of the opening round of the Advanced Car Carriers National Sports Sedan Series. Smith ahead of Pro and now looking to get past the next car on track. Meantime, more action going on here as Lacey gets himself ahead of Jarvis. They worked into the night to try and fix the problem with the Monaro, but I think from what I last heard that they had not resolved it and they were just going to go and accumulate points as they move to the second round, which is being Queensland as part of the SRO series. Sim in the background in the first of the chassis cars. Done a great job following his fourth in race 2. He's currently in position 5 ahead of Duggan and Jackson and Smith, where we've seen the Mazda pilot starting to make inroads into that group. And you can tell who's on the wet tyre and who isn't by the way that they're chasing the moist part of the track. And here's the next 3, which is Duggan, Smith, as well as Jackson and dramas for Pro. He's heading to the pits with, looks like maybe a puncher on the left front of that car, or some sort of drama at the front left of the car. So what we're looking at here is the battle for 6th, 7th and 8th, and Smith had a look down the inside of Duggan at turn 2. And has he been able to pull that move off? He does. He goes around the outside, and the Ramsey Surveyors Mazda moves up another spot. That puts him into 6th position. And I'm just trying to see where Sim would be. He's the next one up the road. These guys are coming through turn 5. And Sim is going through turn 7. So he's about 2 corners up the road and around about 10 seconds or a little bit more. This is the Harwood entry, the Nissan Skyline, another chassis car. He's in a battle with the space frame VL Commodore, left-hand drive one at that of Theo Camboris. That battle continues. James Harwood trying his best to get past Camboris. And just comparing their lap times. Nothing. Oh, a little bit, Harwood a little bit quicker at the moment, about half a second. And coming up behind him is our race leader as well, Jeff Taunton. We've still 11 minutes of this race remaining, and they'll put a lap on these guys fairly soon, I would imagine. Well, Taunton will. Taunton, at his most recent outing, was the winner of the IRC opening series at Winton Raceway as part of the High-Tech Royal Super Series. By mainly staying out of trouble and just collecting the results through other people spearing into each other or spinning off. Here's Cadell Ambrose in his second outing in the John Gourlay Audi. A new car that was finished off last year. A chassis built by Darren Hossack's dad, who also did the original Audi as well. So, and he's there searching for a bit of moisture as well. This race continues between these two for what effectively will be a place inside the top 10 rather than 9th and 10th. And actually, Camboris has managed to pull a little bit of a gap on James Harwood. So nicely turned out car, that the Nissan Skyline with the gold trim down the side of a silver car. And now that Smith has got clear of the race for 7th and 8th, that's on between Duggan and Jackson. So again, tyre choice could have a lot to do with how this race is unfolded. Jackson stepped away from the sport for a while. Was still very interested in having a hand in the sport. Wasn't actually racing for a while. did 1 or 2 meetings over the last couple of years, and it's great to see him back for the opening round. And let's not forget that this is the first round of the New South Wales Sports Sedan Championship, run in conjunction with the Advanced Car Cares Australian Sports Sedan, or National Sports Sedan Series. And at the moment it looks like Mark Duggan's got the better of Chris Jackson too for that position. We're down to just on 8 minutes of this race to go, and these couple of dices have been going on since the start. While Taunton has a lead over, well, effectively his teammate in Lacey of 37.4 seconds. Ambrose in third, he's another 7.7 seconds further back. And Jarvis Hull's down fourth, ahead of Sims, I should say. Smith is next, and just seeing whether he's making any inroads. 11 seconds a gap between them at the moment, or just under 11 seconds. And Sim is still just a little bit quicker at the moment. Again, as I said, down to tyre choice, or how good your wets, because nobody's got brand new wets usually. They're more of trying to find the newest set of old wets that you may have. They tend to go a bit hard after a while, and I know Ash Jarvis was telling me he found a set that was a couple of years old and thought they were great, considering the ones the other option was 11-year-old ones. They tend to go hard as they get older. So Thea Kamburis, who runs Division 2, Division 3 and State Championship, always runs fairly reliable. He doesn't win races, and has just made a little bit of a hiccup there, just as I mentioned how well he was running, and loses out to that place, which drops him back to 10th. While Jeff Taunton has eased off the gas to a point as he continues to show the way. He's done a 35.51 as he completes his 10th lap, and at last count that gap over Steve Lacey was 39.9 seconds. And Steve Lacey well adrift of our race leader at the moment. And just waiting on, he comes out of the top corner now, and he too will put a lap on Camburis and Harwood in the short term. Now Lacey's dropped out 2 more seconds to Taunton. Ambrose in third, and looks relatively secure in that position. And his lap was a little bit slower than Lacey, so at the point, it's a status quo between these front runners in the first round of, unfortunately we've got Harwood now slowing in the skyline. Whether he just slowed to let Lacey pass, no, he's got issues. He's going to pull off the track at turn 4 and park the car up on the road between 4 and 8. No, he's staying on track at the moment, and he's just let Ambrose through. Here's our race leader, Jeff Taunton, who's actually going to put a lap on Mark Duggan as well. So the weather has played a big hand in this race. Duggan had to do a engine change after practice, and then had an incident in the first race which put him out of it ultimately. race this morning where he finished 9th in what was basically a one lap dash to the flag after the first safety, after the only safety car that came out basically at the end of the first lap. So the IRC GTSS from Mark Cars Australia's Jeff Taunton continues to lead this one. Took the lead fairly early on and has just extended it to the point now with 3 minutes to go and the completion of lap 12. It will set him up to take out the opening round of the Advanced Car Carriers National Sports Sedan Series. Steve Lacey's in his second full season aboard an IRC car. For many years raced the Chev Camaro of Steve Vigers and had a great deal of success in that car. That car, I think the last I heard, was up for sale. Steve Vigers opting to retire from prepping sports sedans, and there was a few out there that he was involved in over the years. Cadell Ambrose comes through the top of the track in this car that no doubt is still being sorted. It had a top part of that rear wing come off on Friday that sent the car into a bit of a spin and a brush with the concrete wall. And while looking for some more moisture, we're tending to find that there isn't a lot left out there. There's certainly a dry line through turn 1 and up to turn 2. If we get a head-on shot, you'll probably see that better. And there it is, a dry line down. As we look at it, the left-hand side, driver's right into turn 2, and here's the next place car in 4th position. That's Ash Jarvis. It's actually his team, checkered flag out, so that's coming out a little bit early, about a minute and a half early for Jeff Taunton. So Jeff Taunton takes out race 3 of the opening round of the Advanced Car Carriers National Sports Sedan Series, and he takes the win as Mark Duggan comes down to finish in 6th position, 1 lap behind our race leader. And there's Darren Saliard in the rental RX-8 Cup car, taking this event to boost his license credentials before he jumps behind the Scott Cameron Commodore Chev. Here's our second place getter in Steve Lacey. He gets the line. He'll win the opening round of the New South Wales Sports Sedan Championship. And Cadell Ambrose will come back with a nice 3rd position in the opening round. So something to salvage out of what has been a trying weekend for not only Cadell but also for very slow down to the checkered flag. Hopefully he's going to keep running it all the way through. He is. So a little hiccup right towards the end. And Ash Jarvis will come home in 4th position. If he'd have known this was going to happen, he might have tried a bit harder later in the race, but 4th position for the Smith owned and run Queensland-based Monaro Chev. And Matt Sims, we're well pleased with his efforts this weekend to finish in 5th position, his second 5th of the day, up from Albury on the border between New South Wales and Victoria. A great solid result for him. So we've got one more race left on the program, that's for Superkarts, and we'll be back with that shortly.
Yeah, where do you find one of them? I don't know. Don't look at me. Well, I'm going to be down there, and I'll catch you next time. Have a good one. You too, mate.
It's the final race of the weekend here at the opening round of the Motorsport Australia Trophy Tour, and it's for the New South Wales Superkarts. So fortunately, it would seem that they may actually get a dry race in with pretty much a dry track all the way around. And can Laurie Fuchs in his 125 gearbox Raider make it 3 from 3? He'll be open to. They'll line up 2 by 2 for this rolling start, and what is effectively a 15-minute race, or scheduled 15-minute race, but already 2.5 minutes almost transpired in getting them out there, and already Santos is egging Fuchs to move up, to be alongside, so they can be together off the start. Keen to get on with it. I think there's a fair bit of camaraderie in amongst this group, and they can all have a bit of a race and a giggle. And the front 5 will make up Class 2, and the rest are in Class 3. So they, regardless of where they qualify or finish, they'll always start in their groups, and then they get intermingled as the race goes on. From my understanding, and I'll stand corrected, is that the gearbox and stock Hondas start together, and the Rotex class cars, the karts, will also be together. So at the moment it's Fuchs the leader, Santos in second, Trimmer third, Salamini the next one through from Lewington, and already been a couple of changes. It looked like Stuart Robertson didn't have a lot of luck getting off the ground. Looked like appeared to be shaking his head a bit. In the number 91, he's in Class 3. There's a big group of those karts coming up towards turn 7, and someone's got their hand up. I think that's the Alan Dodge driver of the IWT in Class 3. But in the meantime, Fuchs is well and truly ahead, to the tune of about 4.6 seconds, it would seem. And we have the number 36 in second according to the timing. And there is the 71 Dodge, who's opted to find somewhere to park out of the way, and he has done so. So Fuchs has got a commanding lead early at its early stage, with Trimmer second, Battle in third, Stamini in fourth, Moit next one through, in effectively the leader of Class 3 in the number 19. That'll be Robertson, Vickers. So Santos has dropped well back, so I can only imagine that he's had a moment early on, as he's been the second fastest kart here. Now, I think the timing has gone wacko on us again, because I can just see Trimmer back in the group there, not up the front. Which I have him behind Stamini at the moment, unless of course he's had an incident between the first and second sectors, and that may appear as what's happened. So we've got Battle second, Moit third, Stamini fourth, Dennis Trimmer, Robertson, Vickers, Greg Tinsley, Santos, Brian Tinsley, fight, and Newington running 12th. Dodge out of this one, so we're back down to 12, and you can see there that the wing cart coming through, that is in fact Trimmer picking up a couple of spots down the straight. He's moved past Stamini and Vickers. Robertson, I thought, would have been a bit further up the field. Stuart Robertson in after a third in the first race. He was even second for a while, but it was not to transpire that we finished there. So Fuchs has got a commanding lead, 16 seconds at the moment. We're halfway through this race. From Battle, Moyd, Trimmer, Stamini, Vickers, Robertson, the number 58 of Greg Tinsley, Santos, Brian Tinsley, Newington, who's picked up a spot. He's ahead of 5 in the number 888. At the moment, the main battle going on in this field is between Stamini and Vickers, and Vickers looked like he almost overshot at turn 8, but got it back together again. And actually, Stamini is not about to give away a challenge on Trimmer either. They come through the top of the track, and Vickers there as well, and actually Vickers makes a move, while right behind them is Robertson. There's a group of 3 carts there behind Trimmer that are putting on a pretty good dice at the moment, while ahead of them it's the Moit and Battle engaged in a good duel, and I think Moit might have got the best of that. No, he didn't. Looked like he did as I went from turns 1 to 2, but the number 19 actually, yeah, so he missed out there, and Battle has gone to second spot. Be interesting to see who else can make some inroads. Certainly Trimmer is quicker than the 2 in front of him, and back in the field a bit, Newington has picked up another couple of spots, so I only can assume that Santos has had some dramas, as has Tinsley, and Newington has moved himself up to 9th place. And Fuchs has checked out to the point that he's almost 24 seconds ahead of second place. Which is still up for grabs, by the way. Although, yeah, with Battle still ahead of Moit, but there's nothing in it. And there's this next group of 4 are all together, and they're sort of or sussing out where they are compared to each other. At the moment, it's Stamini from Vickers, Trimmer, and Robertson trying to make a move on Vickers, and Robertson giving the indication that it's your line, you take the inside one, I'll sit out wide and try to go around the outside. I would assume that's what he's suggesting. They're mindful of where they all are when against each other. And Battle still holds his second spot ahead of Moyd. And the gap between Moyd and Stamini isn't all that great. About 4 seconds. These two are ahead of the next 4. Moit trying to go down the inside. He got a better run for turn 8, and it looks like he's just had a bit of a problem. He's had to have a look around behind him a little bit, and he's had to slow up the pace. So it's bad luck for Moit there. Still travelling fairly quickly, but just out of turn 8, had a quick look around behind as if there was some sort of issue at the back of the cart. Now, the next group has dropped to 3, so someone's fallen out of that. And we'll soon be able to tell you who it is as Stamini and Vickers go across the line. Robson the next one, so we can only assume that Trimmer had some sort of an issue and it's cost him a chance to challenge these guys with 2.5 minutes left. He was showing some pace. As this pace continues, we've lost sight of our leader because he's that far in front, 34 seconds at the moment. And he's already put laps on some of his rivals. There he is, the number 8. Who's here down the side of that cart? Flaring and a wing at the back. The number 8 has been dominant this weekend. And he comes down to take the last lap board. Well clear of the opposition. It's been a masterly display and never looked like not winning any of the races as it turns out. And he just points the Raider up through turn 3, over the tunnel and down to turn 4. And we'll head up behind Corporate Hill for the last time. Shortly after getting out of turn 6. Brings it out to the final third of the race, and we'll put a lap on the 97. That's Leamington, who unfortunately had a DNF in race 2, but is in 9th position in this one, and it's Laurie Fuchs in the number 8 Raider that takes a very comfortable win. He's going down through turn 1 on his slow down lap, and we have to look a long way back. Tom Moit finally got through on Paul Battle to finish in 2nd. Then it's Stamini and Vickers the next 2 through, followed by Robertson in position 6. Well, that concludes the opening round of the Motorsport Australia Trophy Series. Big shout out to all the volunteers, officials who were here over the weekend and had to go through the wet weather of this morning. It's been a fairly dramatic day. There's been some incidents. but we got through the day in the end. And to all the hard-working officials, our gratitude for what's been happening today, and to our core race groups who came along to be part of this, in the hope that we have racing for categories that have missed out perhaps on maybe a Shannon Series or a Supercar support. Okay, we're all finished here for now. Have a safe trip home, and we hope to see you soon at a racetrack somewhere.
Okay, welcome to trophy presentation for the first round of the National Sports Sedan Series. An up and down weekend, lots of rain, some good racing, and no problems, no major dramas, which is excellent. Well done to all. I'm going to present some trophies for the National Series, then Steve's going to present some trophies for the New South Wales Club as well. So I'll get straight into it because I know you're all wanting to head home. I'm going to mention 4th place overall for the weekend. Outstanding effort to Matt Sims. I haven't got a trophy for you, sorry, but maybe next round. Okay, so 3rd overall for the weekend is to Ashley Jarvis. Well done.
Thanks, Robert. Yeah, we had a pretty crazy weekend. We started with a really quick car and then we had a few issues, but to walk away with a trophy at the end of the weekend. My daughter said to me on Thursday afternoon, she said, go get a trophy. So here we are. So that's pretty cool. Hello to my wife and daughters and son at home. Huge thank you to John and Robbo for everything that you do with the series. Car owners, Colin and Warren Smith, Tony back home as well. Obviously couldn't be here because he got bitten by his own dog. And Dad, huge support there. So thank you very much.
Stay there. Put one of those on. Okay, 2nd place for the weekend is Steve Lacey. Well done. He's going to need a bigger trophy cabinet.
Thanks, Robbo. Yeah, fantastic call, that last one, team. So thanks for that. I think there was just the two of us out there on the slicks in the end, which made a huge difference. But outside of that, the car's been fantastic. First time in it this weekend. Couldn't be happy with the results. So thank you to Jeff and all the team, and thank you to everyone else that came along. It was great. Thank you.
Okay, an excellent weekend, and another one who's going to need a bigger trophy cabinet based on the last few rounds and things that he's done. So Jeff Taunton, 1st overall.
Thanks, bud. Handshake first. Thanks, Johnny.
How are you? Cheers, well done.
Thanks to the boys yet again. Hey, couldn't be here if it wasn't for them and my Steve in the New South Wales. Thank you to all the guys. Everyone was just unreal to race with. Hey, sorry Steve, but yeah, come on. I need to run it the right way, wherever Steve is. Thank you, Steve. But yeah, hey, we'll catch us eventually. We've got a little bit to go. So yeah, bring on next round. Up at QR, I think we are next round. Yes. So thank you everybody. And my pit crew. Don't forget my pit crew.
Right. Well done. No, stay there. We'll get some photos of you three. Now I do want to thank Advanced Car Carriers for a massive last-minute input in becoming a sponsor for this round. We are keen and hopeful that they'll continue for the whole year ahead. So well done to Cam McKee from Melbourne, who's set all that up and helped us there.
Yeah,
Thanks a lot, Michael. As you all know, this is also a round of the New South Wales series as well, and it's combined with the Nationals. I think it's been a fantastic event, actually. I always love these ones where we can mix it in with the fastest guys in the country, and every now and then one of our guys at state level really mixes it in up at the front there. So, yeah, thanks to John, Michael, and I think Steve had a huge amount of work putting all this together and getting it combined up. So it's been a really good event. So as far as New South Wales goes, we've got 2 divisionals. So I'll go through the divisional winners. So we'll start with Division 2. In second place is Darren Saliard, which is also, I think, his first meeting with us. He's Darren about. And I think you've got a new car too, haven't you? You were just... Yeah, congratulations, mate.
Well, it's basically our first meeting, and there was a lot of twos and froms together, and I'd like to thank Steve for all the work that he actually put in to help get me here and make it all happen. Looking forward, we've met a lot of great people and had a great weekend. I'm looking forward to the future, to running with you guys and mixing it up. And to my team for just being a part of hanging out with me this weekend and not getting in anyone's way. I didn't expect this, that's for sure. So, thank you.
Cheers, Darren. Welcome aboard to the mum. Thank you.
Welcome. Okay, Division 2, first place, Theo Camboris. Come up, Theo. Welcome. Congratulations, mate. Well done, mate. That's big effort, mate.
Well done, Theo. Thank you, Luke. My head mechanic. Without him, this would never happen. I couldn't do it without him. Don, thank you for your support. And guys, thank you for the good, clean racing today. It was very treacherous out there. And Mark, it was a good little turnaround between the two of us before. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Okay, now New South Wales Division 1. We'll start with third place, and that happens to be me. Thanks.
Congratulations, Chris. I think, Chris, you've been under that car, on top of the car, in the middle of the car all weekend with certain things, but fantastic to actually see you get there and get right to the end, so congratulations in third place.
Yeah, thanks a lot, yeah. Yeah, we've been over and under it, and of course you can't do it without you, Chris. So huge thanks to Brock, John and Anthony for coming out this weekend, and also Steve Bigatta, who gives us a lot of advice in the background and helps out, so that's fantastic. And yeah, really pleased to be up there, and just pleased to finish, actually. Finished all the races. That was good, and got a trophy. So anyway, that's enough of me. I'll move on to second place in Division 1, which is Mark Duggan. There you go. Hi. That was a good race, mate.
Oh, you want to come? I knew it.
I'll help you.
Hi, guys. Thank you so much for this weekend. We love running with you guys. It was a really good first round. Had a few hiccups yesterday, but back on today. Nice, clean racing. Dad did a very good job. And yeah, we'll see you guys at the next one.
Okay, Division 1, first place. That would be none other than Mr. Lacey. Congratulations, Steve. Picking up the trophies. I think it's fantastic too to see these mark cars in there as well, because I think for the first time you can actually get a turnkey sports sedan that's competitive, and it's something that being there so bespoke that we never usually have. So to be able to do that, I think is a really good thing for the future. So congratulations to Steve, and the car's certainly up there. So.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, it's a magic car to drive. As everyone knows now, Jeff and I swap cars. Once you're in them, fairness to say, Jeff, they're much the same once you're in them, but you just need to drive yours better no matter which one you're in. So congratulations. I'll be checking to see what you swap next round. But no, on behalf of New South Wales Sports Sedans, thank you very much to the Nationals for coming along. We love having the joint round with you. Look forward to obviously getting a few more cars on the grid for the next round. Our next round's down at Winton in early May, the 9th to 11th of May, and we're actually doing that as a state of origin with our Victorian counterparts. So we're looking forward to having a good state round versus state round, and of course if national boys are looking for anywhere to go, come down and have some fun with us. Other than that, I guess I'll see you at QR for round 2. So thank you.
All right, you want to say any final words?
Thanks,
Michael?
guys. Thanks for your help weekend, Steve. Couldn't have done it without you. Round 2 for Nationals is Queensland. We need more entrants, so if you are planning to come, would like to come, please let us know. It's 2 months away from now, so you've got plenty of time. There are quite a few Queenslanders joining in, but the more the merrier, so let's see as many of you as we can there. Well done for the weekend, well done for everyone travelling, and head off, get your cars packed and head home. Cheerio.
On behalf of the New South Wales Supercar Club, I'd like to thank the entrants for coming out today. Thank Doreen, she's done a wonderful job for New South Wales Superkarts at this particular event and all other events. I'd like to thank our officials behind the scenes, Mark Robin, Shauna, Adam, who's out here today, not racing today, doing everything to give a hand. Bit trying conditions, but it come good in the end. Everyone stayed on the track, which was pretty good with these little tyres. Some good times out there for the wet weather. So if we get into it, Rotax Heavy, third place. Brian Tinsley, congratulations. On you, buddy. Little talk? Little talk?
Oh, no. I thought I had my son in the first race, which I did, but the little bugger fixed his card up and he beat me in the next two. So, well done, Greg.
Rotax Heavy, second place, Greg Tinsley. On you, buddy.
Yeah, thanks to the club. Thanks for all the Rotax guys. Pretty good day in the end, and yeah, good racing.
Rotax Heavy, first place, Stuart Robinson. For you.
I'd like to thank the club for putting this on. Thank for Doreen and all the officials out there today in the conditions. Great racing in the wet with Mark and Tony and all that. And I'd like to thank my sponsors, Blackshore Collision Smash at Seven Hills and Cup Car Engineering down at Melbourne. Thank you.
Moving along, Rotax Light. A few guys trying light today.
Oh, sorry, no. That one. Sorry, that one.
Third place, Alan Dodge. Man.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the club, committee members and these guys for organising it. Michelle for always coming, and all the other Rotax guys. Thank you.
Second place, Rotax Light. Actually, a tie on points was Tony Moit. Really? Well done, my man.
I'd like to thank the club, Doreen, ARDC, and all the competitors. Great day. Thank you.
Where are we?
Vickers.
First place, Rotax Light. This guy just never seems to lose, so I don't know who's going to knock him off. Where's Mr. Vickers? Mark. Well done, buddy.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank the club and the ARDC for putting on another great meeting, and all the other Rotax guys for some really good racing out there today.
Thank you.
Warren, Stock Honda.
Stock Honda class. This guy's going to have a smile on his face. Third place, Warren Lewington.
Well, thanks to the club, thanks to Doreen and the ARDC. Superkarts are a fabulous way to go motor racing. It's cheap, it's affordable. The club are magnificent. We really could do with some more members, and it's a fabulous way to go motor racing. Take care, everybody.
Tied on points, Jock.
Tied on points for first and second.
Yep.
But second place, Jock DeSantos. Out in front all day, but that last race. Well done.
Thanks, man. Just want to say thanks to everybody that made today possible, the sponsors, ARDC, all you guys, my family. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Cheers. First place, Stock Honda, Paul Battle. Here he comes. Winners, grinners.
Thanks, everyone. Yeah, it was up and down day, but we got there in the end. Just thanks to the club, officials, especially the flaggies that are out in the rain. It was wet for us, you know, but we got wetsuits on. So yeah, thanks to everyone, and yeah, hopefully we'll see you in June. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. 125 gearbox. Third place, Robbie Trimmer. Here comes Robbie. Well done, mate.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I'd like to thank all the club and the officials, my brother and his son that come out and help me every race. And I've got a few friends turn up today. It was great. Thanks.
For second place, this guy's going to be pretty excited. It's his first race meet and did his OLT today, and he did magnificently well. Costas Stramus. Think you'll be back.
100%. That was amazing. Thank you, everyone. Thanks, everyone here for helping me out. I don't know what to say. See you in the next one. Thank you.
First place, Laurie Fuchs. The damn thing was on fire. Well done, Laurie.
I'd like to thank all of New South Wales Superkart Club, Wayne, Adam, Shauna for all their hard work. I'd like to especially thank Doreen for getting us a run today. It was fantastic. Everyone from ARDC, and just thanks everyone for coming.
Thanks very much, everyone, and would also like to say a thank you to Blenline. We have been watching some of the coverage today, and it's been absolutely fantastic. So well done. Thank you very much. Keep an eye on the emails, guys. 7 events this year, so 2 down. The next one coming up in June. Thank you.
Round 2 of the New South Wales HQ Championship. New South Wales, Trophy Tour, round 1. Awesome weekend. I think we'll all agree that last race was just wild. Never been to a race weekend like it. So the racing yesterday was awesome. This morning's race interesting in the rain, and today it sort of gripped up. I tell you what, that footage of all the cars falling off the track on that first lap that's going to go down in history. That's a cracker. So really good weekend. Thanks very much to all of you. I want to start by thanking our sponsors, our major sponsor, Osborne's Transport. Thank you guys, really appreciate it. I want to thank Equity Views, our pole position sponsor, who's also given us some amazing hats. I want to thank Command Digital Signage, Sydney Minicrete, JLC Excavations, DJA Mechanical, MIA Engines, Patali Tools. Thank you very much, guys. Your sponsorship makes all the difference to us, so thank you very much. Round of applause for all our sponsors, guys. Thank you. Again, awesome round. Some really good racing there. So, unfortunately, a little bit of damage courtesy of the rain, but hopefully all those cars will be fixed and ready to fight again for next round. So we'll kick off with, actually, let's start off with Best Presented. Dave Amor, can I invite you over to present Best Presented?
Thanks, Darren, and thank you all for this weekend. The racing was unbelievable. Darren just said that. We had 8 cars go off, no safety car, no yellow, and we're back racing again, guys. So that was absolutely wonderful and brilliant. Okay, the more important thing, Vic and Judy have decided the best presented car is HQ10 Johnson. Congratulations for 2025. Thank you and well done. I think you'll need that, mate. A couple other cars need a bit more, but thank you very much. Thanks, Darren.
Thank you, Dave. Much appreciated. Stay there, get some photos, Jace. And as with any club, guys, there's also people who just really want to help out and help the club. I want to say a massive thank you to Glenn and Di for putting on the barbecue, as they always do. We love coming out for a feed, so guys, thank you so much. And just the way everyone kicks in, you know, everyone helps each other out. Gordon fixing broken shifters, Donna picking up all the my laps. And going to collect them. Just everyone, guys, thanks very much for everything you do for the club. So really appreciate that. Round of applause for everyone. Well done, great job. Pete's going to, Pete and Nat, I've got a gift I'd like to give out. Pete from Patali Tools. Nat, would you like just to say a few words?
So as you know, Peter has his, each round will have the best pirouette of the round. Now there was hotly contested for today's event. As you know, there were 8 of you, but the final decision came down to Caitlin. She decided because we couldn't, there were too many. And where is Darren Parker?
Awesome. That's awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you, Pete. Thank you. And thank you, Caitlin. Really appreciate this. Thank you. I'm not, did I get that for my crappy driving? Is that what happened? Not really quite sure. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate that. So let's get down to the racing. So the racing in B division was hotly contested. It's awesome to see these guys duke it out for B division. So in 3rd place for B division is Brett Simpson. Well done, buddy. Congratulations. Put that on your head, my friend.
Thanks a lot. Look, 2 trophies. I'm thinking I'm going to get myself a trophy cabinet now.
I feel like a bit like a Stephen Bradbury, but look, and I want to thank all the B drivers don't show up. Because if it wasn't, there's some quality not here. Look, thank you for Darren and the committee, and for Jeff and Darlene and Equity Views for what they do for our sport and what they've brought in the last couple of years with these trophies. We do really appreciate it. Thanks very much to everybody, and what everything happened today was very trying, and we all come through really well. Thanks very much.
Well done, buddy. Congratulations, mate. Stay there, mate. Stay there. And in second place with some great driving. I was a bit worried he was going home last night, but he was just going home to change a gearbox in air conditioning comfort. So for second place for B Division, Pete Simonson. Well done, mate.
Thank
Congratulations,
you.
buddy.
Good on you. Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'd like to thank all the other competitors. I'd like to thank the club and the category sponsors. It's very important to us. I'd like to thank my sponsors, Sonari Building Maintenance and Hamish McKay Carpentry, and my crew, Gary and Pete, and my wife, Donna. Guys that have a supportive wife, you know what it's like. And Metalcraft Customs, he's going to be busy. We got a couple of battle scars, but I hope Gordon and I are still friends. Thanks, everyone.
Well done, mate. Congratulations, buddy. Well done. Stay there, Pete. Stay there. And he drove well. He drove well all weekend. After his very pirouette this morning, he's had a fantastic recovery to drive to first place in B Division. Gordon McClay. Congratulations, mate. Well done. Well done, mate. Well done.
Yeah, great. Yeah, I'd like to thank the major sponsors, Osborne's Transport, Equity Views, all the other races. Pete, I might not thank so much, but anyway, no. No, look, it was a racing incident. It was a fun time. Some of the best racing I've had for ages. But also like to thank my sponsors, Ignition Electrical, Buzz Software, and I also like to thank my family. Not all of them here today, but I especially like to thank my wife Fiona. She's having a real trying time at the moment, but you know, she's still supporting me from a distance. So you know, I'd like to thank her because I couldn't do it without her. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Gordon. You guys got a photo? Get some photos. Oh, yeah, you got to be in the middle, Gordon. Come on, Pete. You're over here. Righto. Let's give our B Division winners a round of applause, guys. Well done, guys. Congratulations. Great job. And to just reinforce what Gordon was saying, the racing was awesome. The battle I saw between Progs and Deering was an awesome battle, so that's really, really good to see. And speaking of David Proglio, after a great drive in third place in A Division, David Proglio. Congratulations, mate. Well done.
Yes.
No worries, buddy. Please say a few words.
Yep. Yeah, as Dad said, old Glenn made me work for it in that one. Bit of a ding-dong battle. Reminded me of a couple of years ago. The old fox still got it in him. But yeah, a bit of a good weekend. Just had some water, and yeah, comes the fun. Turn one was interesting on the last race there. But yeah, I'd just like to thank all the sponsors, everyone for coming out. It's been a great weekend. Thank you very much.
Step over there, buddy. Step over there, please. And these two have been battling it out all weekend. This fella's achieved what he did on dry tyres in race 2, which is phenomenal. So, in second place in A Division is Jared Harbour. Congratulations, buddy. Well done. Great drive.
Yeah, interesting weekend. The rain made it fun. It's awesome running with Lukey as always, and everyone else. You got there eventually. Just want to say thanks to everyone. It was a good weekend. Thanks to sponsors, Mum and Dad. Wouldn't be able to do it without you. Urban City Consulting, Winston Express, Garland Promotions, and Red Robin Kitchens. So without them, wouldn't be able to come racing. So thank you.
Thanks, mate. Well done. Stay there. And in first place, this guy's been driving like a champion all weekend. Some call him Little Dog, some may call him the bridesmaid, but not today. In first place for A Divisions, Luke Harrison. Lukey, well done, buddy. Pop that in your scone. Congratulations, buddy.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a good weekend. Thanks, Bretto, for letting me take a couple of wins. It's good to finally get them. Yeah, Jared kept me on my toes all weekend, on my bowl as usual, being a pest. Good work, Progs, finally getting on the podium, mate. It's been a while. And yeah, everyone coming out, supporting us, and bring on the Aussie titles later on in the year. Cheers.
Well done, mate. Jump in the middle there, get a photo, buddy. Congratulations, guys. A really well fought win and last race. So it was a really interesting round, but we made it in the end. So just on a final note, guys, I just want to thank every one of you, competitors, wives, husbands, partners, kids, families, friends, babies, for coming along. You know, to see all you guys up on cheering up on the roof when we come past means the world. Thanks, buddy. Thanks, mate. It does mean the world, and you know, and you talk to so many people, and I say it all the time, but you know, everyone comes past and looks at the cars, and they want to join HQs because they just love what we do. So let's keep doing it, and I look forward to seeing all your smiling faces in the historic round 6th, 7th and 8th of June. See you guys, have a good time. We'll see you in a couple of months.